to reflect before we start. And this is something I need a feedback on by the end of the day today. Well, I don't know if you know why we are here. I really want to understand about MoHoA. I also need to understand is. Oh, by the way, we have IUS of Ikrom, Swahili Port Hub. Of course, we are seated on the grounds of Swahili Port Hub, on the grounds of National Museums of Kenya. Kindly, let's just give up for National Museums of Kenya. Tuwapigie makofi National Museums of Kenya. Thank you. Then we have International Council of Monuments and Sites. We have UNESCO, of course. We all know UNESCO. We have African World Heritage under the auspices of UNESCO, African World Heritage Fund. This is what I want us to reflect on. At the end of the day today, rather, as we start this day, I just need us to ask ourselves, what have we, artists, people, nation, what is it? How have we tumeendeleza vitu kama coastal people? Oh, by the way, as long as you live in coast, you stay in coast, you work in coast, you're a coastarian, period. Are we clear? Mimi hakuna swali ambalo linanikwaza kama we ni kabila gani? Huwa sijibu mimi hilo swali. I was born in coast, I was bred in coast. Una expect mimi niwe kabila gani? Yeah, I'm a coastarian, period. So if you live in coast, you stay in coast, you were born and bred in coast. What is it that you've done for the coast? Nataka tujiulize hilo swali. Nataka by the time tunatoka hapa leo, we have answers for that. Sawa sawa. I don't know, are we ready? Are we ready to start this day? Okay, are we ready? DJ Linium, are we ready? Thank you so much. Asanteni sana, karibuni sana to MoHoA, rather, Modern Heritage of Africa Workshop. Karibuni sana, asanteni sana. I'd like us to get acquainted. And before that, can we just stand up for the national anthem? Mungu nguvu yetu. Asanteni sana, tunaweza kuketi. Kuna kitu ningependa tujaribu during the entire day. I don't know what our speakers will think. Lakini ningeomba kwa sababu tuko Mombasa na tunajaribu kupromote the culture of coast, naomba tuongee Kiswahili kutoka mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Sijui wale ambao tunafundisha tutasema nini? You have some jargons in your speeches. Anyway, tutajua tu. To start us off, Raphael, ningependa ukuje utufungulie workshop yetu ya leo, utuambie 1, 2, 3. And then utuanzishie mkutano. Asante sana Raphael.
Hayo. Naam, asante sana Stephanie kwa introduction yako hiyo. Najua wewe unaweza sana. Umecheza kama wewe. Welcome everyone. My name is Raphael. I work at Fort Jesus, and I'd like to welcome all of you to MoHoA. That is a Modern Heritage of Africa. We are here to get to know what really the modern heritage of Africa is and see how what you can do. Now, I'll just go straight because you're already late. according to our program, we're late. And we need to really catch up. So I'd like to, first of all, request someone to introduce, to do a prayer, opening prayer. We must have done a prayer before we start. So, tafadhali, mtu mmoja ajitolee atufungulie kwa maombi tafadhali. Aha. Yes, please.
Let's pray. Shall we pray? Almighty Father, King of Kings, we worship you, we lift up your holy name. Thank you, Jehovah, for this day. You have given us life, strength, and sound mind, Jehovah Jireh. We are gathered here, O God, for the workshop, for the MoHoA workshop, Jehovah, that brought us from various residences. Thank you for your journey mercies. In this particular activity we have today, O God, we pray that you may guide us, Jehovah. May success be upon us, O God. May your presence be with us. Give us understanding, give us bright minds. May you encourage all the participants, O God, and the moderators and the facilitators. Be with them and guide them, O God, my Father. We worship you, we honor you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Asante sana. Stephanie, umesema tuzungumze Kiswahili, sio? Hakuna mbakizo. Bwana wewe, haya, pole pole. Usinitoe faini. Naam, sasa tutajuana. Maana muhimu ni tujitambulishe, tujue nani yuko hapa, nani yuko kando yako. Na nafikiria tutaanza kwanza, kama nimekosea, all protocols observed. Wale waliokuja wageni, karibuni. CEO Swahili Port, Mr. Mahmoud, Dr. Purity, our Director, Antiquities, Sites and Monuments, Dr. George Abungu is in the house, na wengine karibuni sana. So we'll start introduction from this table. Let's move that way and then we finish here. Sasa hii microphone nafikiria.
Na tukumbuke ku sanitize. My name is Mahmoud Nur, the founder Swahili Port Hub. Karibuni sana.
My name's Nur Jeffer, designer and an artist. Thank you.
My name's Shadrach Musyoki. I'm a visual artist and also I'm an entrepreneur.
Good morning. I'm Lynette Mudeu, a student of architecture at TUM. Oh, okay. Good morning. I'm Lynette, a student of architecture at TUM.
Good morning. My name is Balkis Yassin. I'm a volunteer at Swahili Port Hub.
Good morning. My name is Rahma Abdul. I'm a henna artist and a volunteer at Swahili Port Hub.
Good morning. My name is Robert Katavi. I'm a research and development lead at Swahili Port Hub.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Otieno. A member of Swahili Port Hub.
A member, we have members, eh?
Good morning, habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Mariam Zahur, mini volunteer hapa, and I love things to do with heritage. Thank you.
Good morning. Mimi naitwa Shufa na ni member wa Swahili Port Hub.
Mimi nina swali. Hao members wa Swahili Port Hub wanafanya nini hapa kama si artist? Wajiintroduce vizuri. Anza hapa huyu Michelle.
Yeah. Wajua nimeona DJ huyu, sasa nikasema DJ.
Good morning. My name is John Kamau, also known as K, and I am a digital strategist and a graphic designer at Swahili Port.
Morning. I am a DJ. I'm not a member. My name is Becca.
Okay, so officially, in the creative and artistic world, my name is DJ Lenium. I am a DJ, an MC, an actor, and an entertainment consultant.
Now that you say DJ Lenium, sasa najua mambo mazuri. Okay, tuendelee. Introduction.
My name is Murad. I'm a portrait artist.
Good morning. My name is Mustafa Shindo, a student at home doing architecture.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Ngugi. I'm a 5th year student in architecture from Technical University of Mombasa.
Thank you.
Habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Aliu Yakut. Mimi ni muigizaji, mwelekezi na mwandishi.
Habari zenu. Stefan amesema tuzungumze Kiswahili, kwa hivyo nitamtii. Naitwa Sami Mwimi, ni mwanafunzi chuo kikuu cha Mombasa. Nafanya ubunifu mijengo. Niko mwaka wa 4. Asante.
Habari asubuhi. Kwa majina naitwa Helen Mwanzia, mimi ni mwanamtindo.
Mwanamtindo. Hii meza hii imekaa watu wazito kidogo.
Habari zenu. Naitwa Charity Kaunda, volunteer at Swahili Pot. I've also studied community development and environment.
Good morning. My name is David Mutiso, a student of archaeology, Pwani University.
Habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Mbarak Rashid. Mimi ni msanii, mpishi na ni mwigizaji hapa Swahili Pot.
Mpishi, umesikia? Mpishi. Naam, tuendelee.
Good morning. My name is Majimbo Brian, a student from Technical University of Mombasa for the year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I won't speak in Swahili because there are also international guests who are with us, so they would want to hear what we are talking about. My name is Dr. Purity Kiora. I am the Director of Antiquity Sites and Monuments, but more than that, I'm also an archaeologist. I've had someone who is an archaeologist here, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Hamujambo. Mimi naitwa George Bungu. Zamani nilikuwa nikifanya hapa Fort Jesus. Nimeshukuru sana kwa hapa nanyi, and it's always a pleasure being with the artists. And so despite the fact kwamba kuna watu kutoka nje, pengine nijaribu nikazungumza Kiswahili. Pengine ndio mwisho, Bwana Rafael. I'm just saying I'm trying, although that's great that there's no signal. But my name is George Bungu. I'm just coming to be with you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatma Tahir. I'm the principal curator for Jesus. I'm also an architect, and I'll be happy to hear what we have to say or discuss about modern heritage. Thank you.
Umesikia miundo misingi, kuna mahali umesikia miundo misingi.
Hi, my name is Arafat Mu, and I do work for Swahili Pot Hub in the tech department. And I'm glad to be part of this wonderful gathering.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I hope I haven't left out anyone. Kuna mtu pengine ameingia baada ya introduction? If not, tutajuana tukiendelea. Yuko? Oh, yeah. Sawa, naona kama ambaye signal imekata. Because we need to know who is there with us. So Mukasa, angalia mambo hapa. Yeah. So we just finished our introduction of the people, physical people in the house. And we also want to know the people who are attending via Zoom. You need to introduce yourselves. Okay. Professor Mike should be able to take us through and introduce all the other guys online.
Hello.
Professor Mike, you get it? Yes, there you are. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Professor Mike Turner. I graduated in architecture from university.
You're muted. You're muted, Professor.
You can't. Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear?
I can hear on my side.
Hello.
I can hear also.
Yes.
Yes,
Can you go ahead now?
Can you hear now? Can you hear now? Yes. Can you hear now? Okay.
We're setting the sounds.
Okay, so I'm an architect. I graduated in 1963 from University College. I'm currently a special advisor to the World Center.
You can continue. You can start again. Yes, mambo yaendelee.
Prof, you can go ahead.
Can you hear now? Can you hear? Hello?
There's somebody in the room who is on Zoom.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So go ahead, sir. Professor Mike.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Great. Okay, so I'm an architect. I graduated in 1963 and from the University College of Bartlett as one of the supporters, and I'm currently a special advisor to the World Heritage Center. I will say a few words later on. Bye.
Hello? Yeah, you can hear now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Perhaps I'll use the I can be heard now. Yes.
Be heard. Yes, yes.
Okay, so let me just say a few words on behalf of UNESCO. We have one of the programs is that of modern heritage and that of cities. And our first question really is, it's beyond modern. Is modern a period? Is modern a state of mind? And I would like to just give you two thoughts which we're really looking forward to. It was always spoken that there's always something new out of Africa. Nothing is more relevant than now. And the second part is that, that what we do today, the artworks, the activities, is the heritage of tomorrow. So we have to think of this is a moving target. What we want to know is exactly how do we see this understanding of what we are doing now and its interrelationship from the past to the future. I'm very pleased to be able to bring the greetings from UNESCO and to make sure that we will have an amazing day and actually bringing this idea of something new always out of Africa. Thank you and good luck to all of us for the day's work.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you go to the next person?
Espera.
Hello.
Unmute. Unmute, Espera, unmute.
Good morning. My name is Espera Donvosi. I'm from Benin, and then I'm a program officer at ICROM, managing a Youth Heritage Africa program. Thank you.
You can just go on and give us your opening remarks because Professor Mike had already started.
Thank you. So I would like to start by congratulating you for putting together such an inspiring, innovative workshop in these uncertain times of COVID and also with a challenge with network issues. And then I remember last year when we have a discussion about heritage, some of our colleagues were saying that we cannot use the word of modern. We should try to use as much as possible the word of contemporary, because we are convinced that there's no heritage without creativity. And therefore, modern heritage of Africa is a cross-cutting concept and shares an intimate relationship with a contemporary art, creativity, and innovation. This workshop by focusing on youth, it recognizes that youth are agents of change and vector of intergenerational heritage conservation and promotion. The youth, through creative and digital skills, can and will upgrade heritage protection tools and promote livelihoods and communal harmony. This is exactly what the Swahili Pot is bringing at the table. Youth that can be bridge between cultures and between tradition and modernity. Because youth, under various circumstances, utilize everyday forms of heritage to create spaces which exist outside of normative spaces for cultural expression, enhancing the resilience and well-being, and ensuring cultural survival as well. The essence of ICROM Youth Heritage Africa program, which goal is to create economic value by investing in youth skills to foster innovation and creativity within the African heritage sector, is well embedded in this particular workshop. We are happy to collaborate with the National Museum of Kenya and the Swahili Pot for the establishment of a co-creative and interactive heritage hub, a key component of our program. This partnership surely will help to advance Africa's heritage and a big natural model. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of the director of the newly established Heritage Hub, at UCT, Professor Chirikure, and also to thank so much our partner, the African World Heritage Fund, with whom we have co-developed and co-initiated this program. I would like to close these remarks by wishing all of us an exciting and meaningful workshop. And we expect this workshop will help participants to understand the concepts, the meaning, and the identification of modern heritage in Africa by applying Africa community health and traditional knowledge. I thank you so much. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Can we, yeah. So can we we'll go to Mr. Soyaibu Variso from the African World Heritage Fund. You can give us an introduction. I mean, give us Mr. Soyaibu Variso. Yes, please go ahead with your opening remark. I hope I spelled your name well.
No, thank you very much. I think Swahili is very close to Swahili. Just the Bo and Lee, which is different. So I'm quite honored to be part of this meeting. Thank you very much. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Swaibu Varisu from the African World Heritage Fund, in which I've been working with a quite wonderful team. Karibuni sana, as we used to say it. You may know that in the last few months, a number of academics and heritage practitioners have embarked on exploring ways to make sense to the concept of modern heritage in Africa. So far, the attempt and meeting have had a huge success, betraying therefore, if I can say, a general willing to better unfold the endless traps in which the various colonial and post-colonial itineraries and literature have put most of our African intelligentsia. Despite the dust-off exercise already started, many persons like me remain perplexed about the internalized meaning of modernism in various contexts. Let's admit one thing, ladies and gentlemen. By taking the question of modern heritage to the heritage hub, one is probably testing the thinking at grassroots level. The Swahili Coast, stretching along the eastern edge of Africa from Somalia in the north to Mozambique in the south, passing through Kenyan and Tanzanian coasts, is home to a unique culture and language, a multicultural polyglot of African, Arab, and Indian Ocean people, using tangible and intangible evidence. And in this context, creative art evidences, the concept of modern heritage is here faced with patterns somehow different from westernized, hence renewed paradigm in the framework of modern heritage. I would like Program Director to reaffirm here the engagement of the African World Heritage Fund to further support our joint effort to explore on the ground sound evidences about modern heritage of Africa. I'll be very much happy if the discussion of today provides some clarity for the diversification based on the modern heritage of Swahili Coast. I'm repeating myself. I'll be very much happy if the discussion of today provides some clarity for diversification based on the modern heritage of Swahili Coast, especially from creative arts perspective. But why not also, and maybe, start to identify a couple of places, sites, which with the potential to be nominated as Swahili modern heritage for World Heritage listing. Let me use this opportunity, Program Director, to thank the National Museum of Kenya, together with ICROM, in their effort to diversify the activities of Swahili Port Hub into a heritage hub. I wish to express my gratitude to the meeting tax team for involving the African World Heritage Fund in the work. I also thank all visible and behind the scene think tank actors and partners who made this project a reality. I have no doubt this first attempt will be a masterstroke, and I wish you every success in your work. Finally, Program Director, I cannot stop talking without paying tribute to Mombasa. Mombasa, the famous city, which is home of the Center for Heritage Development of Africa. Mombasa, where several generations of African cultural heritage professionals have been trained. Mombasa, with its beaches, its irresistible charm, and its local attributes. Mombasa, the luckiest ones must please enjoy it and share some souvenirs with others who, in circumstances imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and only attend as virtual participants. I wish you a very fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think we should clap for Professor, because he mentioned Mombasa several times. Let's clap for him, please. Okay, so let's welcome Professor Shadrach Chirikure from University of Cape Town, South Africa. Professor Chirikure.
I think it will be Shahid.
Oh, Shahid is the one, okay. Shahid, welcome.
Thank you. I think Shadrach is still waking up. We are 2 hours, at least from South Africa, we are 2 hours away from in time from the UK. Let me just say who I am. I am Shahid Fowler.
Excuse me, can you turn on your video, please?
Oh.
We need to see you.
Okay.
Great,
Let's do
great.
this. I hope you can see me now. Okay. I'm Shahid Fowler. I hold the chair, the Mafeje chair at the University of Cape Town. I'm part of the Center for African Studies, and I wish to welcome everybody and on behalf of the University of Cape Town, congratulate the National Museums of Cape Town and Swahili Port for organizing this workshop. Maybe a few words. This workshop is one of several that has been developing the ideas around what do we mean by modern heritage of Africa. And I hope today's presentations, performances, discussion will enhance that debate much more and contribute towards the conference that is to take place at the University of Cape Town in September. I especially want to associate myself with the comments made by Espera and Soibo. These are very important ideas that they've put forward, and I hope that we will be able to discuss some of them. I also just want to make this one very important point again about Mombasa, but I want to make this point in the context of Mombasa is that Africa has been part of the world, many different kinds of globalization. Mombasa is an example of that. We have been engaged and entangled with the world long before colonialism. And we have to reflect on that past in the present, and in which colonialism was an important aspect of it. And what does that mean when we talk about the modern heritage of Africa? And with those comments, I want to express my gratitude to everyone that is part of this workshop and those that have organized it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shahid Bauda. Karibu Mombasa, Shahid. Welcome to Mombasa.
Thank you.
Professor Edward Denison. Professor Edward Denison. I don't know whether he's Professor Denison, can you unmute and
I don't think Edward is here yet.
Oh, he's not here.
Yeah, again, like Shadrach, it's probably very early in the morning in the UK.
Okay, fine. So let's go to I think we are done with the people online. Dr. Muhammad Juma is not there also. Fine. So let me welcome Mr. Mahmoud Noor, Swahili Port Hub CEO, to come and give us an opening remark, opening address, please. Mr. Mahmoud Noor, kindly. Mic up there.
Nitajaribu kuongea Kiswahili kama vile lakini we have other people. So apologies, Stephanie. At least Dr. Purity reminded us. So all protocols observed. It's very difficult, Professor George, to speak after professors. So, and the only way for somebody to escape is to be very brief, because if you talk more, it might be something else. I think for us today, as Swahili Port Hub, we are very proud of this moment for many reasons. The first reason being we are here courtesy of the National Museums of Kenya. Our journey was actually made possible, the dream that we had to have a hub of technology then in the coast was made possible by the National Museums of Kenya, allowing us to have this space where we are today. And then later on, we expanded it into arts, creatives, and we had no option also to say heritage, because heritage, we are actually at the middle of heritage. If we are just next to Fort Jesus here, which is over 400 years, one of the speakers mentioned about Mombasa having a civilization even before colonization. So there's a lot of things that happened here. And I think for us who are in the tech world, and for the creatives as well, and for the young people, there's a lot to learn, and the best teachers are actually here. We have all the professors, we have locally here in the room, you have Dr. Purity, you have Professor George here. He's one of the, I will say, when you're talking about authority in terms matters heritage in the coastal of Africa, not only Kenya, these are people that we can learn a lot from. And I would encourage the youths, because it's like we are running away from our heritage. But what we don't know is that heritage is what is selling now. We will create the wealth that we need if we are able to package our heritage well and we tell the story of our heritage. And I think this is where, if you do the fusion of technology, the fusion of creatives and heritage, then it is the best package that we can send there. We are lucky that right where we are here, we have 3 cables landing, cables that are connecting the eastern coast of Africa to the rest of the world. And the 4th cable is on the other side, just across the channel. But how are we using this fast internet? I always remind people, when you're running applications from Mombasa here, you have an advantage of 5 milliseconds over Nairobi. That is a very big difference for certain applications, which means here we can do a lot of things in Mombasa, and Nairobi cannot compete with us because already they're lagging behind by 5 milliseconds. But are we taking advantage of that? And so for us, I just want to thank the team led by definitely the Dr. Purity and the National Museums for giving Swahili Port Hub this opportunity. It will be an interesting working arrangement because we will still be led by experts from the National Museums, led by Dr. Purity, but we also want the young people to tag along and learn as much as possible. At some point, we wish that we can have the heritage experience on Airbnb. I don't know how many of you have gone to Airbnb and saw that they can sell an experience. You can even tell people, I will charge you $10 to take you around or talk to you about something. So are we taking advantage of this? And I think those are some of the things we need to talk about so that we sell Mombasa, we sell our heritage, but most important, we also preserve our heritage. Na kwa hayo mengi, asanteni sana, karibuni sana Mombasa.
Makofi jamani. CEO wetu Mahmud. Asante sana. I'll now welcome Dr. Purity to come and open for us.
Good morning once again. I'll not stand behind this platform here because obviously, for obvious reasons. Let me begin by saying that I'm really excited to be here this morning, to be among the youth. As of now, we are no longer the youth. A few years back, we used to be the youth. Now we are no longer the youth, and we are happy to be in the position that we are, to be able to interact with you people as we move forward and advance our courses in terms of heritage. Before maybe I just say my remarks, I want to recognize all the people who are here with us, starting off with Professor George Abungu. He's our expert for the day. He's going to guide us in terms of the workshop, and we really appreciate him finding time because he's a very busy gentleman. He's a well-known consultant in matters heritage all over the world. Before maybe I just say my remarks, I want to recognize all the people who are here with us, starting off with Professor George Abungu, our expert. I think that was commercial break, which is nice. Yeah, Professor Abungu was at some point the Director General of the National Museums of Kenya, and he left the institution at a very advanced stage, and we've been able to carry on the works that he started, and we are always very glad when he comes back to be able to help us in matters heritage moving forward. There are people who are online who haven't been introduced to us. I know there are, I think, 2 students from Uganda. I'm not sure, Arafat, whether we can be able to just see who they are. There are 2 of them, 2 students from Uganda. I think they are from the School of Architecture at one of the universities, so I want to recognize them. I also want to recognize Dr. Kalanda Khan, who is one of you here. He's a professor or he's a lecturer at TUM, is it called TUM? Yeah, the Technical University of Mombasa. He'll be giving us his lecture later on. We also have some other students who are joining, I think, from University of Nairobi and also Kenyatta University, if I'm not wrong. So I want to recognize them and to welcome them to this workshop. And more so to all these people who've been able to support this workshop. Modern Heritage of Africa workshop, and you hear more about it, is based on the fact that we need to keep on defining what heritage is all about and what heritage is. And as of today, when you talk of heritage, there are so many aspects that you can be able to define heritage. But in Africa, probably there are issues which have not been brought to the fore, and that is what we want to discuss today and relate. And heritage is diverse. We've had there are performing artists here, there are DJs, there are people who are in fashion, there are artists, there are maybe people who do poetry, and this is all heritage. So we need to define what heritage, modern heritage in Africa is all about, because we can't keep on being told what modern heritage is from other places. Like, for example, if you go to Europe, maybe we define modern heritage based on what is European, what is American, what is from advanced countries. But what about in Africa? And more so today, in terms of coastal heritage. So we need to take the perspective of coastal heritage here in Mombasa and try to analyze and see what is modern heritage based on what we have here in all the areas that we've talked about. I wouldn't want to forget our working relationship with the Swahili Port. And as the director has already indicated, it's been quite a journey with them. And we are very proud that they are based here because we've seen the kind of work that they have been doing. And this is what we want to ride on. We don't want only to be talking about performing arts and leaving the other part of heritage, which is very important out of the whole discourse. And that's why we decided to bring this workshop here. And we are also trying to develop what we are calling a heritage hub here at Swahili Port. And I want to recognize ICROM because they have come on board and said that they are going to support us moving forward. We are developing some activities that you'll be undertaking with the youth within the coast, including mapping what we think is heritage within the coast of Kenya, trying to see how it can be promoted in terms of digital technology or any other technology that you may have in mind that you want to bring on board so that the youth have something to undertake and they move away from the vices which are not so good and which we know have taken them away from the social morals of our community. So mine is really to say that we are very grateful even to all these partners who have been able to talk, including African World Heritage Fund. They have been supportive of us, and that's why the director, Dr. Soyab, was very passionate about Mombasa because some of them actually trained from here for a very long time. They have been here many times and they love the coast and they understand what heritage is within the coast and what the coast of Kenya can offer to the rest of the world, not only to Africa, but to the rest of the world in terms of trying to define where we want to go in the definition of modern heritage. So mine is really to say that we are willing to work with all the partners who have come on board, including all the universities. You've seen Cape Town University is here, University of College of London is here, and also the universities within Kenya that have come on board so that we can bring our youth to the fore in terms of discussions and also promoting what Kenya can offer out in the world. So I think I'll stop at that because more will be said and you'll be introduced to the workshop as we move along. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I hope you'll be able to catch up. And I'll give it back to the rapporteur, or is it the, I don't know, is it Raphael or it's Raphael, okay. So Raphael, now we can move on and start the workshop. I don't know whether we were going to have a break or we just move on. we move on because we are behind time, yeah? Yes. So that we can get introduced to what the workshop is all about, so that even as we have maybe a break, then you can start discussing among yourselves to see where you fit in the areas of your talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Can you clap for Dr. Purity, please? Thank you very much. Kuna mahali ilifikia unazoea kana kufunguliwa sema now this is officially open, alafu napiga makofi. Mlifikia hapo kweli? Tulifika hapo kweli? This is officially now open. Kwa hivyo after Dr. Purity tunaweza kuendelea na shughuli. Now I wanted Mokasa to check whether Dr. Albino Jopela is online, because is it there? Yeah, yes. So he's the next person now to speak to us and introduce to us about the workshop. He's supposed to represent the Africa World Heritage Fund. So Dr. Albino, karibu sana, Dr. Albino Jopela. Yes, welcome, sir. Welcome. I'm sorry I didn't call you to introduce yourself, but you can do the introduction now and go ahead, please. Yes, welcome. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Good morning,
you
everyone,
loud and
and a warm welcome. Thank you. It's a great pleasure, and also to witness such words of wisdom from the opening remarks from our distinguished guests. Mine brief intervention aimed to, on my behalf and behalf of Professor Shadrach Chirukuri, just give a background to event, basically outlining how we get this. If you then allow me to quickly share my screen. Oh, I see. Sorry, colleagues, it says that I cannot share my screen.
Please go on. You can now share your screen. Please go on.
Oh, okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
It says, can you see it now?
Not yet.
Apologies for this. It says that it seems to be sharing on my side, having the desktop.
Excuse Dr. Jopela, there's a possibility that you're not sharing your entire screen. Could you please share your entire screen? instead of a window.
Okay. Yes, can you see it now?
Not yet.
Okay, I have, let me just try as well just to send. And now?
Still not yet, but maybe if you could send it to my email. That should be fine. Then I can play it from this end, if you don't mind.
Okay.
That is Arafat. I'll just get to drop my email in the chat.
Okay. Maybe we can proceed and then I will come back to you because it will just take another minute to do so.
That's not me. Well, I'm told that they're muted. Yes. First of all, I said that Dr. Jopela will come after me because he's still sending his presentation. But ideally, Professor Jerukure and Dr. Jopela should have come before me to really sort of give us an introduction on this modern heritage. And again, I want to say that I am very grateful for you being here to share with you, especially people in the arts. And I want to also echo Mahmoud's comments that heritage, we are doing this possibly not just for the sake of doing it, but we are doing it that it may make impact on your lives. And I think Purity also did raise that. So Waibu was very nostalgic. Esperance explained some of the issues in terms of the terminologies. And the question is that here we are, mixed group, you can call it on the artistic area, trying to look at what has been given to us as modern heritage. Is modern heritage what we have been told, or can we as people, as individuals, coming from this area, interacting with the environment, learning from the past, define what we see as modern, or is modern contemporary? Are they one and the same? And how have this come about? So what I have decided to do is to give you more or less a general background, looking at the history of events and playing with different elements of us to give us an opportunity to think widely than just what we are told, what we should be. Now, I always start with this saying from UNESCO, because UNESCO as a body, I don't know how many of you, we always take it for granted that we know. As a body, intergovernmental body that brings countries, communities together, was founded after the Second World War. And culture, for that matter, was seen as something that could bind people together. That wars in the past came about because we did not understand one another. water is just about what? Less than 50 meters away from here. You have the Portuguese shipwreck wrecked about 50 meters away from here. You have those ones here. Those are heritage of the past. But the intangible, the meanings and the stories are actually carried in the 2003. The importance is actually carried in the 1972 convention, and so on. And it can also become something of 2005, which deals with industries, because you can imagine things on terms of cultural industries and diversities, which is all about the 2005 convention, our differences, our similarities, and how we can be able to utilize this. So these conventions are sometimes important, and I was bringing it very quickly. It's not easy to have 6 conventions discussed in 20 minutes or in 5 minutes or so, but it's just to show you that UNESCO does work through that, and that this convention is related. And when we are dealing with modern heritage, we should look at the past and the present and also the future. But it's all about people. It's about you. Heritage is about, first and foremost, about people. It's about our faces, how we create and cherish and celebrate. It's about the intangibles. It's about the work that you do as artists. So I think this is so important, and I think that's why you are the first ones to be chosen in this particular process to be able to engage. It's about what these faces that you see think and create and imagine. Okay? What is different from the past and what is similar with the past. But it's not recent, especially in this continent. For millions of years, we have been creating. These footprints of Laitoli in Tanzania are features that are marked there 3.2 million years. But since then, Purity is a specialist on this. She's trained on that. We in Africa, we've been making tools for the last millions of years, as you can see on that particular picture. So what is the difference between that and today? How can we borrow? And the argument is that we never leave our connection with the past. While modern architecture or modern heritage has always been associated in the West with total transformation from one to the other one, in this part, the past is always also the present. How is that? How can we translate that past that always lives with that we don't live through our communities? How can we read it in the buildings today, on the landscapes, on the spaces that we actually use and interpret what modern is? We have also learned from the marks of the past, like the rock art in Africa. Every part of Africa has rock art. Is it the past? Is it modern? When an artist does work, do you get inspiration from that past, from the rock art, or don't you? And it's also enclosed with spirituality inside it. So how much is modern away from the past? Is your work that you are doing now relevant or not irrelevant to the discussion of modern? These are just things that I want you to think about, that in that past in Africa, we can be able to look at it and reflect on it and use it through the intangible heritage. When we look at landscapes, do you get inspired for those who paint? Are these influencing the architects who are creating some of the buildings in our spaces and how they look at it, they change? When you look at the geysers, these geysers that are in Lake Bogoria and the millions of flamingos, how does it influence your perception? We are very lucky because we have all these things. When you go to Zambia and look at Mosia Tunya and you call it natural site, Is it natural to the people living in that place, or is it a cultural, ritual landscape that a chief or a king can never be made one without the water from that falls? When you go to Kilimanjaro, is that just a snow-covered, huge natural space, or is that where the gods of the people of that land have always lived? And that is the place where the rains and the waters and the rivers come from that influence their daily lives, where they grow their bananas and all other things. How does that influence our thinking of modernity and modern heritage? When we go to Sudan, to Egypt and others, and look at the pyramids, and look at the tombs and the decorations, how is it unmodern as opposed to modern? When these features, you look at them, the landscapes and all that, do they influence the present, and do we read those in the present? The temples, as I've said, are these modern according to you? Or have you lost? Is there a gap between this thinking and the present thinking? Does it influence the students of architects? Do we hold them? Can you see anything in it? When we go to Zimbabwe, we talked about national identity. This is the only site that has given, or one of the few, that has given a nation an identity. The country called Zimbabwe is, as students of architect or artists or art, what does it mean? And what, in the thinking of modern heritage, how does it then apply, or does it not apply? Is there a break when a country gets independence in 1980 and goes back to its roots and calls itself Zimbabwe, from Zimbabwe, which is the structures of stones, made of stones? So do you, in Africa, do we have to break with the past to become what is called modern? Or do we borrow from the past and live with the past and improve on the past? And does the heritage that we have help us to understand that? Look at religious landscapes. You go to in Ethiopia, the obelisks, these churches that are carved in the earth, these are rock. These are not built. These are carved. How are they unmodern when people still use them, still build on them, still construct, still improve, and create new things around it? How do we think about it? Or you go to Mauritius, a country that was never inhabited before people moved there, where landscapes like the mountain that you see there, called Lemon, has a memory of slave trade and slavery. And features have been built around it. Meanings have been constructed around it. Heritage has been created around it. Would we call it something different from modern? Is it modern heritage of Africa? Or is it because it wasn't there 300 years ago? It went with the slaves. But now they have been able to build memorials around it, to give meanings to it. Or even in the lower part, where you have that building, Apravasigat, where the first Indians or people of Indian origin first stepped in Mauritius as indentured laborers and has become a world heritage. When you look at it, is it only the building that matters, or also the meanings that has made it to be listed, which is under criteria 6 of the UNESCO Convention of 1972 Convention? So we have so many things to think about. As an artist, when you look at that, how do you interpret it when the question of modern heritage of Africa comes into discussion? Or when you go to Robben Island, we talk about conflict resolution and tolerance, where someone like Mandela looking down into Cape Town, a place where he spent 18 of his 27 years in imprisonment, where those buildings that you see there were also made by the hands of the prisoners. But today is a World Heritage, recognized for their outstanding universal value of the spirit of humanity. A lot of intangible. But those buildings, do they also represent modern heritage of Africa, or they're just buildings? What meanings do they give? And are those meanings as diversified as we are talking about biodiversity? What are these hidden meanings? What are these intangibles? What are the things that are coming out of this particular landscape that has been used by them? When you go to the Kayas, you come from the coast here, so you must have gone to the Kayas. Huh? You remove your shoes and you move in there. Do you call that traditional? The past has got nothing to do with modernity? Or has it moved and they are creating new things and they are developing without breaking the umbilical cord that has always tied them to that landscape? What are the meanings that are there? Or you go to West Africa and you see those temples, mosques being built, being renewed. Are they in the past? Or the actions that are taking place and the training and the capacity building that goes on also takes the present into consideration and makes elements of them be considered as also of modern. That may not be the same as Purity was saying in the West. When we recognize the values of elders and knowledge, and we nurture the talent, when we had the Swahili Cultural Center here, was to revive that. What was called reviving and development of Swahili culture. Why was that being done? Was it being done to stick in the past, or was it being done to create out of the past something that is accommodative, something that is changeable, but something that retains intrinsically what it has had, because that is important. I would like the students of architecture to also look at that. But even the other people in the arts, in the visual arts and performing arts, because even these buildings are associated with performing arts like Maulidi and other performances. What does the donkey on the street, on a narrow street in Lamu, bring in terms of modernity? Or do we have to wait for tuk-tuk to go into, and piki-pikis, the others, to call that modern? And how do they conflict or contrast or live in unity together to create new from the past without losing that? These are issues that you can be able to help us to understand, to help us to digest. When we do renewals for sustainability, so that things do not live in the past just dead, and what was built 1,000 years ago accommodates the present. Look at those restorations in Lamu. Look at that door, okay? That door has got meanings. It's got elements from India, from Arabia, from Africa. If you look at those niches, they were made maybe 1,000 years ago, restored, and they look like that to accommodate the present. Does that make it modern, or you consider that something of the past? All these qualities. When someone is reviving and moving on with the plasterwork, this plasterwork has been done for 1,000 years. How does it fit into our own definition of today? So, and when you look at that particular building in the middle, also with the niches, what makes it different from the present one that is being done that you see? That also accommodates that. Or when you go to Zanzibar, and I hope Juma will be talking about this, and you walk on the streets, and you look at what has been inspired by the Western religion and Christianity in the church, the Indian influence, the Omani influence, the African influence, the different influences to create a landscape of vibrant, with a diverse heritages, which is recognized by the world as a world heritage. What do you choose as modern out of that particular landscape and not modern? So I'm just provoking. I'm not giving you an answer because did not intend to do that, because we're supposed to discuss this thing. And if you go there in Zanzibar, Zanzibar is not Zanzibar without the film festival now, without the music, without the tarab. If you don't listen to Biki Dude's voice, then Zanzibar is not complete. Huh? So you remember, she's dead. But the sounds, we capture those sounds. That is intangible heritage. When you go to the fort and walk on that fort, it's a different feeling today because people are busy moving and doing business and all kinds of things. So how do we entangle this big animal called modern heritage in Africa and make sure that it makes sense? At the end of the day, also through capacity building. And I want to finish with this because this is why I'm personally very happy, because we have people in different areas coming together, young people, trying to create new, but also retaining the past and using that very powerful, what our elders, what our grandparents created, to move it on, not breaking, but making sure that it is something that you can build on. You are building on what we have. And that may be the difference that makes us different from the so-called industrial world or whatever it was before, that had to break with the past and create something new. That ours is a continuation of the past into the present and into the future. And that it is done by everybody. That nature and culture is one and the same. That intangible and tangible is one and the same. That movable and immovable is one of the same. And that all this mix is what makes it so unique, that creates something that we can call modern heritage of Africa. It's for Jesus modern, or for Jesus the past. Mombasa Club, the Mackinnon Market, or the building where the Sultan is running this county from. Although it's not there, that is the old law court, which is just behind you. Are those modern heritage, or that is not modern heritage? What is modern about it? And what are the sounds that we hear, even from Fort Jesus? For me, I worked at Fort Jesus. That's where I made my life. Before I became Director General, I was at Fort Jesus. When I go there, there are different sounds. There are different images. There are different visions. It's not just that wall. That wall actually is not in my head. It's the sounds that I hear. The sounds that I've created over a long time. If I go to Mombasa Club, where I am now a life member, and this is true, I'm a life member, so I can always invite you to come there. They made me a life member some years ago. Yes, I have seen those changes that have taken place. And so I'm confronting myself and asking myself, is this what they call modern because it was brought by the British in 1889 or something like that? Or Fort Jesus in 1594? Or Mackinnon Market in 1901 or whatever thing, Kalanda can correct me about that? Or the building here? Or some of the things that we have looked at, the Swahili buildings that we've seen, the kayas and all that. What is so modern about modern? And is modern only modern if it breaks its connection with the past? Or is modern carrying also the past in this part of the world? I leave it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor George Bungu. Tupigie makofi tafadhali vizuri. Let me welcome Stephanie. But we need to find out if Dr. Jopelo is right.
Yeah, Dr. Jopelo, is he ready?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. As we find out if he's ready, I heard the word tolerant from the prof as he was speaking about artists being tolerant. And I just remembered that theater is the only institution that has been dying for the last 4,000 years and has never died. It has never succumbed. Why? Because it needs very devoted and very tolerant people to run theater. And that is why I believe the heritage chose artists to be part of this. Because again, why we are here is because I believe our heritage is something that we need to talk about, because apparently there's a lot that we've left behind, our culture and all that, and we need to actually revive it. Yeah. Is he ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, meanwhile, Dr. Han can get ready. Dr. Han can get ready. I would like to remember Dr. Han like this. When I came to Swahili Port Hub in 2015, towards the end.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Swahili Port Hub has been there for a while. Dr. Han was seated in that office, Swahili Cultural Home. And he's the one who actually welcomed us. We used to actually have our meetings in their boardroom. Not us, artists were not there, tafadhali. The techies, yeah? And he welcomed us. I remember him telling us how this whole place was kind of a, I don't say a forest, but it had a lot of trees before we came in as Swahili Port Hub. And so I'll be very honest and say that Dr. Han is one of those people that actually made it possible for artists and Swahili Port Hub to be what it is today, because he actually welcomed us. He welcomed the idea of having artists in this place. And every time he used to walk here, he still comes. He feels he's a very proud man, knowing that he gave this space, yeah, of course, through National Museums of Kenya, to people, to young people, and especially to artists. And they've actually transformed the place, you know, yeah. So tumpigie makofi Dr. Han, tafadhali, wherever he is. Is he ready? Okay, these are the challenges, like Professor has said, that we have to deal with in the digital era.
I'm ready.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, Dr. Han, please just put on your camera.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Japela, I can hear you. I don't know whether the other people can hear you, but I can hear you well.
Oh my Lord. It's a...
Yes, we can hear you in the virtual platform, but I'm not sure about the...
I think the floor can't hear you, but we can hear you very well and see you as well.
Oh God.
Okay. Japela?
Let me try and... Hello?
Arafat.
Can you hear me?
So we welcome Dr. Albino Japela. Okay. And then immediately we will go to Dr. Han. So karibuni sana, Dr. Japela. Thank you so much. Maybe now it's time to take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Arafat, is it possible for me to see what you'll be projecting? Or I can just, I will just run my PowerPoint on my side and guess you would just follow.
Sure. Give me a second as I do make you the host. All right. Can you try running the presentation from your side, please, if you don't mind? I do have it already.
No, I mean, I gave up on my side. I don't know what it just seems to be showing, but I guess you're not seeing it because I see my image. Okay, please project on your side and I will do my best just to, I can actually see a screen from here, so it's fine.
All right, Dr. Jopela, please confirm that this is your presentation.
Yes, at least the first slide is mine. So may I start?
Yes, please. You can go on. If you need me to move on to the next slide, please just let me know.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And once again, my apologies for the technical glitches. It was all together, the Zoom and the internet. But I think it was quite a great thing that you could skip the presentation at the beginning in order to have a great introduction by Professor Abungu, who then put things into such an in-depth perspective. So mine is basically just to come back and give you a little bit of the frame. And this is done on behalf of myself and also another key partner, the University of Cape Town, represented by Professor Chirikuri. Next slide, please. So while Professor Abungu gave us the sheer depth of the interconnectedness among the different conventions and how what we do actually speaks to those different conventions, which then offers a wider picture. I start with the institutional framework. We operate as the Africa World Heritage Fund, which I will come to it in a minute. We operate under the 1972 Convention concerning protection of both cultural and natural heritage. And within this convention, we have, if we look over time, the last couple of years, into what has been the evolution in the implementation of this convention in the African region, and by the Africa region, I mean here, in this specific case, Sub-Saharan Africa. One would see that there is a positive trend in terms of what it was achieved in terms of the number of countries that have ratified the convention, the number of sites that have been inscribed on the World Heritage List, except the only negative trend is actually the number of sites that, due to their critical state of conservation, has actually been listed on the World Heritage List in danger. So it was within these exercises of evaluation of the implementation of the convention in Africa, which is the periodic reporting exercise, which one of the key recommendations was made in 2002 that concerned the need for Africa to have an institution that will fund the implementation of the convention, meaning all those activities regarding nomination, conservation, and sustainability of site. Next slide, please. So this is what then gave the rise to what was the idea of a creation of a fund, which has then been designated the Africa World Heritage Fund, which was created, next slide please, which was created in 2006 and became operational in 2007, both by UNESCO and the Africa Union. And later, the fund became a category 2 under those auspices of UNESCO. Next slide, please. So since its inception, the fund has been trying to implement the mission, which basically anchors itself on investing in heritage in Africa in order to make it safeguarding, conservation, and promotion sustainable, but also with the great aim of using it as a catalyst to stimulate socioeconomic growth, but also in general terms to improve the livelihood and the living conditions of the custodian of such heritage, which is the African communities. Next slide, please. So in order to look into those great challenges, the fund focus on, I would say, 5 main areas. So the first one, which is one of the reasons for its creation, we'll look into something that we'll also talk later on the efforts of how the fund help African state parties who are signatories to the convention to improve their representation on the World Heritage List by nominating sites. And in this case, for instance, as we look into, for instance, what would be the sites that would qualify as an expression of and representation of modern heritage of Africa. The other pillar, which is quite important, is how to ensure that the sites that are already listed, and we are looking at around 140 sites across the continent, how are those sites preserved, and how they significant, understood and promoted, and how do actually they remain in a good standing when it comes to conservation and management processes. So that becomes also another critical area. Thirdly, the understanding that any conservation and maintenance of sites on the World Heritage List, and for Africa to truly benefit from this, it can only be sustainable if it actually contributes for solving some of the problems of those communities that live within and around sites. So the whole issue of sustainability and the engagement of critical stakeholders and groups such as the youth and women becomes also an important pillar that inform the strategic objectives of the activities of the fund. And then fourthly, the fund sustains itself through continuous partnership. And this program on modern heritage is one of the illustrations of how different partners come together to try and tackle one common objective, which is the promotion of and implementation of the convention. And finally, one of the strategic objectives also is the idea of consolidating, not only to making the fund more self-sufficient, but also being able to have the funds and the resources, financial and technical resources that it needs in order to deliver on its mandate. Next slide, please. So it is within this sort of broad institutional framework that we then try to tackle some of the key issues that affect the convention in Africa. For instance, as I was mentioning, if you're looking at objective 1, 2, and 3 of the fund, it can be summarized in a picture where on one hand, the continent has less than 13% of the whole World Heritage List, meaning is clearly underrepresented for what the breadth of heritage, both cultural and natural, has Professor Bongo clearly gave some very critical examples of that illustrate this richness and diversity. But then on the other side, when one look on quite a critical situation, whereby we host over 40% of the sites that appear to be critically in danger. So it is, those contribute some of the backbone, this state of affairs, and consequently the image of our continent when it comes to its contribution to heritage. And these also informed what then came to be about modern heritage. Next slide, please. So one of the areas when we looked into, next slide, please. When we look into improving the implementation of the convention, then we have two major developments. So the first one concerns a recent gap analysis where we look into priority sites and priority areas, and we identified the areas and potential sites that should guide our efforts to improve the representation of Africa on the list. And one of the areas is which we saw that is actually underrepresented is an area concerning modern heritage of Africa. It's one of the categories. Next slide, please. Another development which I'm grateful that the representative from ICROM has mentioned was the joint program that we have developed as one of the partners with ICROM, focusing on youth and heritage, which as Pera has explained and made quite clear allusion, which then provides the framing for the hubs, such as the hub in Cape Town, but also the Swahili port. Next slide, please. So it was within this nexus of concerns that we then had a series of initial discussions with some of the partners, as you would see there on the slide. Or maybe Arafat, you would reduce a little bit the size of the slide, unless people can see on your side. But on my screen, the bottom is cut. Just a tiny bit so that it all appears. Thank you. Then a number of partners then came together now to capitalize on important elements. So the concerns from AWHF on and UNESCO on following the global strategy in terms of bringing those represented categories of sites, but also reflecting on the legacy of a UNESCO Modern Heritage Program, which then had an initial effort and important work also in our region. And it was within this set of discussions that also with colleagues from Modern Cities Network, the idea of building and structuring the new program around modern heritage came about. And here a special thanks to colleagues, including Professor Mike Turner, who has been instrumental in driving this process. Next slide, please. So it was then looking into this program where we are actually looking into 4 main objectives. So the first one is basically what, as Professor Abamgo has also reiterated, is the meaning of what does it constitute modern heritage of Africa, and trying to then see how that fits into our global target and development agendas. There's also an important area, which is important objective, which is to develop skills among heritage practitioners through capacity building that is focused on this area, and this workshop is one of such activities. Next slide, please. And we then also look into the component of raising awareness about the significance of modern heritage of Africa. Has seen that the different expressions and manifestations are not always awarded similar significance. So the tendency to value more, let's say, build heritage as opposed to other expression, but also the tendency of valuing, let's say, the more sort of like colonial outlook when it comes to heritage. So all those contribute for the poor recognition and significance and value that is then according to other forms of heritage. So one of the pillars of this program is actually to try and raise awareness. And finally, is understood that by taking those three first, by meeting those 3 first objectives, one is now able to build the bases that are needed to address the issue of underrepresentation by identifying what are the sites that will then qualify and help then address the issue of underrepresentation on the World Heritage List at a later stage. Next slide, please. So it was then looking into those 4 main objectives that we then had the 4 major areas of intervention. The first area concerns basically the academic debate and the discussions into addressing those issues. How do we then define modern heritage? What is to be included within such categories? And these will be done through 2 major symposiums, one hosted by the University of Cape Town and the other one hosted by University College London. And thus aim at basically tackling the theoretical underpinnings that are to inform our conceptualization. The second major area concerns the thematic and the gap study in order to be able to identify what are across the continent those key sites that would then constitute the representation of modern heritage of Africa, and that they can actually be prioritized for conservation and also promotion. And then on top of that, one of the key components of the program is the continued capacity building through workshops and field projects that will look into areas of identification, documentation, conservation, but also promotion of modern heritage. And finally, a series of capacity building also but looking more into the harmonization. How do we then look into a regional approach to tentative listing and World Heritage nomination of potential sites? So when my director then made an appeal that, he would like to see what is the result of our discussion on this on the Swahili heritage and its place in the has modern heritage, is to look into is to have that sort of like roadmap into perspective of an area that is already represented on the list. But when we go down into the details of some of the elements, we are not talking of modernity. We're not talking of modern heritage. But then it seems that we do have more than enough reason and elements to do so. It seems the projection.
Apologies. There was a network reset on our side, so apologies for that.
Can you still project or not?
Right. It's now your slide is now on the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
It was actually from this slide. We lost you from this slide. From
I see.
number 2. Sorry for that. On thematic / gap study. From that point going forward, we had lost you. Apologies for that.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So the thematic. So after the academic debates, we will have then the thematic gap study, which basically tries to look into how can we frame modern heritage of Africa in order to identify the most diverse and representative, but also the most critical cases that will then merit our special attention when it comes to identification, promotion, and conservation. The point 3 concerns the continuous capacity building activities, which will then be focusing on modern heritage, for instance, looking into how professionals will be trained on identification, but also including issues of nomination as well. And point 4, we look into how to then harmonize, how to then, after debating what modern heritage is, after developing a framework for the identification of the different typologies and cases, and through the capacity building exercises in this process, what are the cases that will merit at least submission for consideration by UNESCO World Heritage Committee for inscription. Next slide, please. So it was through then trying to then implement or thinking through those 4 major areas that we have organized so far. I think 3 major activities. The first one was a brainstorming session in August last year, where 6 main themes were discussed. So a number of the issues that were, for instance, on the notions and conceptions of modernity in Africa, but also defining from that conception of modernity towards the definition of what modern heritage of Africa should be or ought to be. But also another different areas concerning the relationship between modern heritage and the issues of sustainability that are actually assigned on the both in the UN agenda, but also in the Africa Agenda 2063. We also look into areas such as, for instance, the expressions in terms of memorialization and the place of modern heritage in the World Heritage list when it comes to Africa. That was for the first activity. I noticed that the slide is out, but if you allow me just to continue while you reconnect. The second major activity was then concerned the conceptualization workshop, which basically derived from the first, where there was an understanding that before we move ahead, there is a critical need for us to sit and discuss what, how to then conceptualize, and this is where this workshop today also comes into play, to actually try to understand what are those different conceptions of modernity and modern heritage as defined by the different stakeholders. So we are not only looking at one of the dominant groups, which has been the architects, but also what are the artists saying, what are the other community groups have in mind, what are the relationships and the way we understand heritage in its totality, both nature and culture, tangible and intangible. How does that actually find its expression on African continent? So that was the debate in March this year, which then had that also helped us move towards a conceptualization. Next slide, please. And then next slide, please. Okay, and we just had another workshop where we're looking into the thematic framework. So join forces with the Getty Conservation Institute to now start to think, as we prepare and we pave the ground to think into how to frame modern heritage of Africa. We are looking into an exercise that the Getty did to which framed the 20th century historic thematic framework by looking around the world, and we're also looking at the validity of this, and this workshop will continue next week. So those, next slide, please. So those were the some of the milestones that have been achieved so far. And as we now come to the Swahili port, the main aspiration is that in the next, which is the massive milestone that we are trying to achieve, is to take part at a UCT symposium, which then aims to be one of the first bigger event where we will try to bring together all those different contributions from the different brainstorming, but also try to bring those different conclusions and ideas that have been developed in the different workshops, including the Swahili pod. So here, we reiterate the invitation for the Swahili pod to actually come and contribute to the Cape Town Symposium in September with the reflections that actually come from this meeting. Next slide, please. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jopela, for that introduction. And I hope now we have a better perspective of why this workshop is being held in terms of the less representation of modern heritage sites in Africa. So we need to define what modern heritage sites of Africa are so that we can have a better representation in the world listing. We will now move on to Dr. Kalanda Han. I don't know whether he's available. Dr. Kalanda, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me? Hello?
The floor is yours.
Okay. I hope you hear me, though. Hello?
Hello, doctor.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah, but your voice is very low.
My voice is low. Okay. What about now?
Still, but it's very, very low.
Hello, Arafat. I can't share the screen.
Yeah, we haven't started sharing the screen yet. I haven't started sharing the screen yet because your voice is a bit low.
Okay, can I be heard?
I have pulled up your slide. Please confirm that you can see.
Hello.
Yes, doctor, I have pulled up your slide, please. Yes, please, we can hear you.
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, Dr. Kalanda, you are audible.
Dr. Kalandar, your voice is very low. Is there something you can do about it?
Dr. Kalanda, your voice is very low.
Hello, Arafat? Arafat?
Hello? Hello? Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dr. Kalanda. Hello, Dr. Kalanda. Please confirm that you can hear me. Stroke. Dear Dr. Kalanda, please confirm that you can hear me. Apologies for that. Are you on mute in case you're speaking?
It's like you muted everyone.
Not really. Not really. Yeah, everyone is muted. Dr. Kalanda, please confirm that you can hear me.
Everyone mute them, or maybe it's.
I can only request to unmute.
They are all muted. You've muted them, I think. Yeah. So then.
Dr. Kalanda, please.
Mixed, yeah.
Professor Michael, can you hear me? Please confirm. Hear you. Apologies for that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, you are audible. Please speak. Go on, Dr. Kalanda. Please go on.
Hello. Can I be heard, because I'm not hearing anything now?
Yeah.
I see Professor Michael shaking his head.
We can see you and hear you and see
can
your
hear me?
presentation. Why don't you
Okay.
start?
Oh, so okay. Let me start then. If you can hear me, let me start.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical hitch. Mahmoud, you mentioned that it's not easy to talk in front of professors. You should know the situation I am in right now, because I'm talking in front of my former bosses, Dr. Purity, and my biggest mentor, Professor George Abungu. And also I'm talking in front of my students at TUM, where I work now. Okay, I have about 6 or 7 issues that I need to discuss. I'll try to be brief and to be fast, so that in the interest of time, we cover some time. I think Arafat, can you have a next slide? I think you are the one controlling the slide, yeah? Can you have the next slide? Yes, the first part is just an introduction about Mombasa. I'm not going to read everything, but it is one of the centers of Swahili civilization. And maybe we go to the next slide, because I want to concentrate more on the issues. So as an introduction, the earliest settlements of Mombasa was towards the northern end and the southern end. Normally, I believe Swahili towns started in the northern direction and also in the southern direction, rather than eastern and western direction. Next slide, please. Okay, now the second section is about the historical background. I think we all know about this. If we do not know, we had the Portuguese period around 15th century. And of course, when the Fort Jesus was built around 16th century. And after that period, if you go to the next slide. Yeah, after that period, of course, came the Arab period or the Mani Arab period. I'm going through these periods because these are some of the influences or influencers of, let's say, Swahili architecture. Okay, so the second period was the Arab period, and then we move over to the third period, which is the British period. Next slide. Yeah, which is the British period when they came over to Africa and other parts of the world, and they colonized the country until we gained independence in 1963. Maybe you can move to the next slide, Arafat. Yeah. So during the British period, of course, one of the major development issues was the Mombasa-Kisumu railway line, 1901. And of course, they moved the capital of Mombasa to Nairobi. So previously, the capital of Kenya was Mombasa, then it was moved over to Nairobi because of the conducive weather and the fertile land. Next slide, please. So about the Old Town itself, and I think we should look more at the photographs. It's a microcosm, and it retains much of the historic character since when it evolved, and you can still see up to today narrow streets, alleyways, women clad in buibui or the black dress, coffee sellers, mosques, giving a strong sense of neighborhood up to this date. Next slide, please. So the Old Town is about 72 hectares from south to north, and half of it is gazetted as a national monument by the National Museums of Kenya, which means it is protected, half of it. The other half is not protected. So next slide. I'm sorry I have to go fast because I have a lot of slides. So, okay, let's move over to the next slide. Next slide, please. There were some major developments. As I said earlier, we had the Fort Jesus, and Swahili towns normally were walled. So even Old Town had a certain area that was walled, not to protect against enemies, but to segregate between the elites and the peasants, or the high class and the lower class. It was not about protection against enemies, but rather segregation. Next slide, please. So as it stands today, Old Town has about 3 distinct areas. One is the Swahili-style housing, characterized by those winding alleyways, which is Swahili, Vichochoro, and mitas, which are neighborhood. These neighborhood were actually buildings built around by relatives. So it was issue about the neighborhood was about kinship rather than definition of roads. Okay. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide again, please. The construction itself was from coral rug. It's RAG, not RUG, mortar and mud. And of course, we had timber windows and stone benches at the front to welcome visitors. Next slide. The other type of buildings, we had the commercial buildings, mostly built by Indians. And these were called house and shop buildings, whereas the owners of those houses had shops on the ground floor and residences on the first floor. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's what I said. Next slide. Yeah, These, unlike these traditional Swahili houses, these were built with, let's say, modern methods. I'm not talking modern in this sense, what you're talking today, but modern methods and modern materials that were produced, of course, after the Industrial Revolution, reinforced concrete, corrugated iron sheets, but they still retained wooden doors and were timber windows also. Next slide. Now, we also had a third area, or third typology of building. We had the Mombasa traditional houses with timber, with Indian teak wood as balconies and as verandas. And these were mostly built by wealthy merchants, Arab, Indian, and Persian merchants. And that's a photograph that you can see. Next slide. Okay, and they resembled, of course, the Zanzibari, because the history of Mombasa is the history of Zanzibar, is the history of Lamu, and the architecture are quite similar. So next slide. Yeah, this, as I said, mostly built with timber, Indian teak wood, and of course, later we had these security bars, iron security bars that were introduced. Next slide. Okay, I want now to talk about the architectural elements that are prevalent in Old Town. Here, which I'm talking about tangible heritage rather than intangible. As Richard Burton said, Sir Richard Burton, the higher the tenement, the higher the gateway, the heavier the padlock, the longer the iron studs, the greater is the owner's dignity. So those doors showed wealth of the owner of that household. So curved doors were one of the main architectural elements. I think Professor George Abungu showed some photos. Next slide, please. There are different types of curved doors. I don't want to go into that, but some of them were borrowed from India. Some of them were improvised by the Swahilis themselves. Next slide. Another architectural elements were balconies. Some balconies were open, but most of them were screened due to privacy. So the women actually used these balconies to peep through and know what is happening on the streets below, because the privacy of women was enshrined in the Islamic tradition. So next slide. Okay. Later, some of these balconies had, although they were built with timber, Indian teak wood when the Indians came, later, of course, new materials started being used, wrought iron screens and wrought iron balustrades that were produced by Industrial Revolution. Next slide, please. The other type of architectural element prevalent in Mombasa and many Swahili towns are the shuttered windows that open and close to bring in light and ventilation. So that's a third type of architecture element prevalent in Old Town up to today. Next one. Just some photos of Indian Gujarati door brought about by Indians that were used for shops and the screened balconies. Next slide, please. Okay, now I want to touch on another area. Some of the listed buildings, listed means gazetted by National Museums and Heritage Act. For Jesus, we all know this is more of a Portuguese influence than anything else. And then the Mombasa Club next to Fort Jesus, where George Abungu says he's a lifetime member. That is more of a British type of architecture. Maybe go to the next slide. I'm not going to go through all these, but this is the former Africa Hotel. It was a hotel many years back, and maybe we moved to but it still had some Indian type of decorations. The Mandri Mosque, this is probably one of the oldest mosques in Mombasa, built before Fort Jesus, about 50 years or 40 years before Fort Jesus was built, meaning that there were people residing here in Old Town even before the Portuguese came and trying to find a way to India, and before they built Fort Jesus. Okay, next slide, please. The Old Port, of course, this is one of the oldest seaports on the East African coast. Okay, next slide. The old post office next to the Old Port, this is it's a Mombasa traditional type of house, and it was the first post office in Mombasa. Okay, next slide. Okay, the Sana Gallery and the Bohora Mosque. The Sana Gallery was the first. No, it was not no. Okay, the Bohora Mosque. We had an old Bohora Mosque there that was destroyed, and a new one built, as seen in the photograph below. Next slide. Please. Ali's Curio Market, it's called Ali's Curio Market because the owner was called Ali. He opened a Curio Market, but that was the first central police station in Mombasa. And you can see its architecture, and I'll show you a new or a modern, if you want to put it modern in quotes, a modern central police station. But that was the first central police station in Mombasa. That was a room, it was an auction room, very, very famous during its days. It's now been turned into a hotel. Next. The old Lockots, of course, that is more of a British influence, and you can see with the tower in the middle, and the Bashekh Mosque below that resembled the Mandri Mosque that was built before for Jesus. So some resemblance of the Swahili Mosque or the Arab Mosque. Bashekh is a sect, and Arab sect or Swahili sect, and Mandri is also a sect emanating from Oman. Next. Okay, this is it's a registration center. It has now been left, to decay and rot, but it has British influences also next to Treasury Square, where the British put up the administration center. Next slide, please. The Swahili Cultural Center, where we are right now, of course. This was where the governor of Mombasa also had his residences. And you can see it's also sort of British type of architecture, but mixed also with Swahili type of masonry and architecture too. Sorry, I have to go fast because I want to concentrate more on the final section. Next slide. Treasury Square, as I said earlier, that was where the British moved all their offices previously from the Old Port and moved over to Treasury Square, and they had all the administrative buildings. So before the capital moved over to Nairobi. Next slide, please. Okay, I don't want to go through. Okay, now the different types of monuments in the Swahili village, towns, settlements. I call them dead monuments because people don't live there. Pillars and ruins and some forts that are not in use. Next slide, please. Living monuments, because there are people living there. There's some social issues, economic issues, financial issues, Lamu, Old Town, Mombasa, and other places along the East African coast, of course, Zanzibar, Kilwa, all those places. Next slide, please. We had the sacred sites. Professor George Abungu mentioned about the Kayas. These are sacred sites. I think one of them is also on UNESCO's World Heritage List. Next. We also have open sites, landscapes. The one on the left is the Bamburi Public Beach or Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach, and then the Uhuru Garden, where the independence of Kenya was celebrated, and down below is the Mamangina Drive, which has now been sort of re-landscaped and opened for public use. Next slide, please. Some of the buildings that are not within Old Town, but have historical or architectural significance. The one on the left, Alidina Visram, the one on the right, the McKinnon Market. I think I saw a slide also in Professor George Abungu's presentation. And the one below is a Technical University of Mombasa, built by the Omanis and by the Bohoras, who contributed towards the construction. Commemorative, these are not in Mombasa. I just wanted to show you mausoleums and statues, but these are not in Mombasa. We have some in Mombasa though. Next slide. Yeah, some, I say lost chances because the one on the left, that's the old Bohora Mosque that was destroyed and a new one put up. The one on the right is the Baluchi Mosque. I'm a Baluchi. The Baluchis came as soldiers with the Omanis to fight against the Portuguese. That has been restored, and we have that. I personally have that nostalgia. I wish we had left that building as it was, or that mosque as it was. The one down below, Oceanic, that was probably one of the biggest hotels in Mombasa. It was brought down, and I think a school has been put up there. And the one on the right, that was a movie theater that no longer exists, and the area has been sort of modernized in quotes. Next slide, please. Some West Side opportunities. We have the tasks that have been left to non-maintenance, decay, some of the statues. The one at Mwambitari in Mombasa to commemorate some of the greatest fighters. The plaque has been stolen. Of course, we have the Indian temple on top, right top, and of course, the iconic Kenyatta International Conference Center in Nairobi. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is where I want to spend a bit of time. I think we'll be going to breakout sessions. So issues I think to be considered if we look at size of the buildings. I showed you the Swahili type of houses, the house and shop houses, and the Mombasa traditional houses. If you look at the size and you look at the sizes of the, let's say, Treasury Square, you find there's a vast difference in sizes. And even in traditional African architecture, we had if you look at the typology, you had the traditional huts, granaries, shrines, and then of course, mostly it was residential type, commercial, residential, a bit commercial, but also religious. And the buildings were small in size, whereas now they've sort of expanded. And that related to the typology, because the typology has changed. Previously, if we call it historic architecture, or if we call it ancient architecture, I think the typology of the buildings were purely residential, religious, and communal, maybe with a bit of commercial. But modern African architecture, and I look at Swahili architecture in particular, we have newer typologies, and I'll show some photographs later. Administrative buildings, legislative buildings, political buildings, leisure buildings, amongst others, which were not there during the vibrant years of Swahili civilization. Next slide, please. The building materials I mentioned earlier. In traditional African architecture, of course, it was mud, water, and grass, whereas in the traditional Swahili architecture, it was coral rug, mangrove poles. Of course, this was banned by the government, Kenya government, the cutting of mangrove poles, so they had to look for alternative building materials. Timber, palm thatch. Buildings were sort of traditional. Now, the new buildings that came up later, and I showed you examples, we had the stones that were cut, whereas in Swahili architecture, they were sort of coral rug, they were uncut. Right now, if you want to construct a building, it has to be machine cut because it's faster to construct. Wrought iron and cast iron and cement, of course, all this brought about by Industrial Revolution. And you find down there buildings of colonial nature. Colonization, even though we don't want to accept it, brought about change in aesthetics of buildings, the sizes and the typologies and the new building materials. And of course, it changed the aesthetics of Swahili architecture. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, size of buildings, I think that is a repetition. as I mentioned it earlier. Now, scale of buildings. If you look at the traditional Swahili architecture, the scale was a human scale sort of buildings, whereas, and because they were used and George says Professor George said the main important thing in heritage is the human being. So the Swahili architecture was very much to a human scale because it was purely residential, commercial, and a bit of religious. But the later buildings that came up, markets and law courts and schools, you find the vast spaces within. They were not, let's say, sympathetic to the human scale. And I think the last point I wanted to mention is the Swahili architecture itself and the town planning. We have mentioned some of these elements. I didn't mention courtyards, but I've mentioned here courtyards within Swahili buildings that brought in light and ventilation, curved doors. I talked about that. Balconies for privacy, shuttered windows. These were prevalent within the Swahili town planning or within the Swahili civilization. The winding alleyways, opening up to public spaces, and mosques were not only for religious purpose, but also for communal purpose. But all these were sort of lost or have been lost in the process of modernizing our buildings and our towns. Next slide, please. So this is the McKinnon Market. You can see the scale itself. It's during those days, even the markets were in open spaces, but right now we have to go now into more built-up space. So a market of that size, and if you look at the human beings there, it's not to human scale, and it's a different topology compared to the traditional Swahili towns or civilization. Next slide, please. You see the schools, even those days we had schools, but Swahilis had madrasas, so they were taught everything secular as well as religious education within the mosque. There were no special buildings or special typology of buildings, but yet now we have to go and we have to go to schools and actually build buildings that are purely for educational purposes. Next. Of course, churches have come up. Look at the scale also, you know, everything is about God and within churches and mosques, so the scale has to be high, everything has to be high and to point towards the sky. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is Jamia Mosque. That was in Nairobi. It's okay, the previous slide. Even mosques, you know, I showed the Baluchi Mosque, which was at a smaller scale, and then it was renovated and expanded. And the Jamia Mosque, I think those who are in Nairobi remember the old Jamia Mosque and what has happened now, totally destroying the historic part of the. Well, it leaves it there, but it doesn't show. You can see that minaret at the background. Next slide, please. Yes, county assembly buildings. You can see that is purely Victorian type of architecture, and you can look at the human scale. Whereas during the traditional Swahili or even African civilizations, they never had typology of buildings just to go and sit and have discussions. They would do these discussions either at the mosque or in open areas under a shade of trees. Next slide, please. Yeah, Mombasa Hospital, of course, these are typologies that came later in the name of modernity. Next slide. Railway stations, of course, with the construction of the railway line, railway stations had to be built. Construction of railway line by the British in 1901. Next slide, please. Of course, I showed you the Alice Crew Market, the first central police station. In fact, the first prison was Fort Jesus, but then we found that the prison was becoming smaller, so we had to build bigger prisons, and that's Shimolatewa prison in Mombasa. Okay, a different typology. Next slide, please. Hotels, of course, I showed you an Africa hotel. The Africa Hotel in Old Town, which was small in scale, but Then we had to build bigger hotels to accommodate the population, or in the name of modernization, but still maintaining some of the arches of the traditional Swahili architecture. Next slide, please. The locals I mentioned, the arches are still there. The materials may have changed a bit from coral rug to cut stones, although this building was built with coral rug and most of the materials were traditional, but yet it is European type of architecture. But the materials are quite similar, and it is within Old Town, just next to Fort Jesus. So the materials were quite similar to other Swahili buildings. Next slide, please. That's a police station, the Central Police Station. Compare it to the Alice Kuda Market. Okay, materials are different, concrete, cut stones, tiles, which are not there in Swahili architecture. Next slide, please. I'm nearing the end, so bear with me. Yes, that is the end of my presentation. But before I stop, I remember when I was working at the National Museums of Kenya, I think Professor George Abungu was my Director General. We had gazetted, or we had protected a section of Old Town, half of the Old Town. But there were buildings that were outside Old Town that were modern buildings that we needed also to protect. I showed you the Mackinnon Market and some of the churches. I don't know whether it was by subconsciously or by divine intervention that we actually gazetted those, even though they're not so much related or very much similar to Swahili architecture. But somehow we had gazetted some of these buildings, and luckily we still have those buildings standing. Otherwise, we would have lost some of those buildings. So I end here. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technological hitch. I'll be around also with the breakout sessions with Fatma to discuss more issues. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Professor Mike. Professor Michael.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that Mohammed may not come. Is he coming or not? Is he there? We can see the name, but can you please confirm? So that we move on. We know you can talk about Zanzibar even in this group, so not a problem at all. Just share with us a few experiences.
Dr. Michael, please, if you could unmute yourself. Dr. Muhammad.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, Mohammed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we are hearing you now. Can you come on picture, please?
Okay, I will. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello.
Doctor, you are audible.
Okay,
you have a presentation you'd like to share?
Yeah, let me share my presentation quickly.
All right.
Can you enable me? Okay.
Yes, please.
Try again. So can you hear my presentation now?
We can see your presentation. We can hear you with the presentation. Thank you.
There's an echo behind, but I hope you can hear me. Can I continue? Can you hear me? Because I hear echo behind, so I'm not sure it's coming from my side or your side.
We can hear you, and we can also see your presentation.
Okay. So thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Dr. Bungu, and thank you very much. I'm really delighted for, of course, for the organizers that, of course, Kenya and NMK, Purity, and others who really invited me to do this short presentation. Thank you also for my colleagues and friends, from African Rights Funds, who also wanted me to say something on this. Of course, as Jopela said, UNESCO is part of this process, but here I'm just taking, like two heads. Of course, that as someone who's coming from the region and also someone coming from UNESCO. I'm very sorry that I was not able to participate this morning for the opening because of some others' commitment. And, a few hours ago, I was in the meeting, so I was really following like two meetings. Some of you know that we are in very critical moment from our side now, preparing the committee. So we are somehow have a lot of meetings and discussion and those kind of things. My presentation, colleagues, is going to be very, very short, because, by seeing the presentation of Dr. Mahmoud, it was, it was really like we are already in Zanzibar, we are already in Swahili Coast, and we are already, the presentation of Dr. Bungu this morning was, I think it was enough to inspire us on what we wanted to say when it comes to modern heritage. But I was asked to say specific something for Zanzibar, and so I just said I have to do it. And just to tell you that I was struggling to find someone to do this this presentation, because I thought I will not be biased to really to talk about this heritage, because I'm already one side of it. So I will look it from my angle where I am. And then we were talking about the youth. I'm already not in that age. And, the fact that I'm outside the country is also, it could also be that I may also have another kind of vision. But because I didn't find someone to do it, I say, okay, let me do it. So I'll go very short. And my presentation will be in three areas, really, in three areas just to show when we talk about modern heritage or modernity in a society and in Zanzibar especially, I think these three elements, they show the trend of where we are and how we're moving ahead. I will start with the architecture. I mean, this is just to show you where we are now. I mean, when we talk about Zanzibar, you know it's part of the Swahili Rim, definitely. So you are in part of it. You can see Mombasa, Zanzibar, Lamu, Kilwa, all of those small islands, and they all have the same history, same movement, some, you know, with Zanzibar. So I'm talking about Zanzibar, but I can say it's really like you are talking about one district of Mombasa or for Nairobi, whatever. So it will not be different, as Dr. Mahmoud has said, and I don't want to go in this. So for me, architecture is really is part of a social influence, you know, and here on the left you can see the center, you know. Of course, when we talk about architecture, it's not necessarily the center, but as you know, and probably Dr. Bungu didn't say much about this, but he could say about this, center is always a place where we see also, you know, some of these crystals element when it comes to the discussion, dialogue, and whatever. So the center of you know, Zanzibar kind of influence on modernity. If you wanted to see it, definitely Stone Town, the place where you can see it. And if you go to the periphery, you will also start to see trend. But and then they will at one point they will appear in the center, or they start in the center and then they implemented in the periphery. For me, the most critical things, the most important element that really, how to say it tell more about the modernity of this part of Swahili or modernity of Africa that George was also talking about. I can say really the word fusion. I don't know how should I call it. You know, you have different element of fusion, and it's good thing that when I was listening to George Abungu, I was sorry to refer to him again. He was saying something important that this convention was when it was developed, the idea of using culture as an element of binding people was very smart and was important. And if you go to the criteria also, criteria number 2, it's really it tell about this region, and it tell more about Africa. I can say the fusion. Whenever you go to you know, African culture and whatever and modernity, you find the word fusion is extremely important. And when he was talking about that doors, you know, how do you see the doors? It's a fusion of different elements, you know. I didn't put doors here, but if you go to Lamu, or for maybe Lamu not much, but if you go Mombasa and especially Zanzibar, where we have a lot of concentration on this, you can see that those, the element they put in terms of decoration, you know, from flowers and from, you know, lions who are representing powers, and you have, you know, those flowers which are representing, you know, symbol of sometimes love and whatever, chains which are presenting, you know, kind of prosperity and those kind of things. All of those have been put in one area. So, and that is the modernity of this part, and that's the modernity of Africa. You know, if you go to Jenne and Timbuktu, definitely you will see the same kind of, you know, those fusion. So when we say that, yes, there is a history, there is a contemporality, and which is also modernity. You can say all modernity and contemporality, but it seems that in this part of the world, the connectivity is more strong than the you know, the breaking, you know, in other area. And then I think those who have been following this discussion, they will remember even our colleagues in Mbembe. Actually, Mbembe was telling us that, you know, in Africa, modernity doesn't have frustration of its past, you know, like in other parts of the world where modernity came because of the maybe frustration, or because it wanted to cut from its traditional or from past. From, you know, in Africa, it seemed that the modernity, African modernity, it went well with its connectivity. That's why tangible and intangible in part of this world, it's very difficult. When you go to Kaya, you see both tangible, intangible, and modernity also. So this is so for me the keywords when we say about Swahili and when we say about Zanzibar is really fusion. That whenever time passes, ideas come, we fuse them, we take part of it when we go through with it, and we produce something. So this is extremely modernity. So if we want to cut, to say from this time is a modernity, from this time is a contemporary, from sometimes we miss something when it comes to this part of the world. So I just wanted to show the component that, as Mahmoud said, this part of component can be anywhere, in Mombasa. That, you know, the left-hand side, you have one of the important building which has all of those kind of fusion I was talking about, from Indians, you know, Arabs and British and kind. And when you go to the right-hand side, you see part of those, you know, architectural features, you know, but you know, and this is another element of architectural elements that you see different movement, you know, different, you know, how do you say it is a basilica of, you know, how to say Middle Age in Europe, or it is a, you know, basilica of Roman, but it's the middle of 19th century, you know, development in a part of, you know, and when you come to this kind of another example, you see, look at the arcs, you know, mixing of different arcs, and then sometimes we have towers, and, you know, even the windows, sometimes you mix them, and roofing, you know, all of this is really is different elements come together, and then they make it the architecture of the place. But, you know, another element, you know, is you find it in Zanzibar, you know, look at the different, you know, arcs have been used in the windows, and different window styles. You have a rectangular, which is completely modernist kind of style, and then sometimes you have arcs, which is mixing up of more of Arabs and, you know, niche, which are different, and species of modern. So this is really where we're talking about modernity of Africa, modernity of Zanzibar. But when it comes to Zanzibar, I think the crystal element of modernity is really this building. And strange thing that this building was really in 19th century. It's a fast production compared to this building. This building was really 20th century, so 1930s kind of. But this building was, you know, end of 19th century, but it crystallized really the modernity of Zanzibar, I can say, when it comes to architectures, where you see combination of, you know, already in terms of engineering material, steel architecture, but in terms of, you know, modern language of architecture, balconies and those kind of things, and combination of, you know, doors and craft and whatever. So for me, it's really, it's symbolized that what I'm talking about, the fusion, you know, in this part of the world, the modernity, does it?
Muhammad?
Yes.
Apologies, you seem to be on mute. Can hear you, please confirm from your side.
I don't see, it's not muted from my side. It's still muted?
If you could please wait, we can hear you on our side.
We hear on the Zoom, we hear
on our side, right? Please, no, it's okay. It's okay on your side.
Yeah, from my side, I'm not muted.
Dr. Muhammad, if you could hold on, please. There is a technical problem on our side in the hall.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's on, but we're gonna get to hear him through the screen. Please go on.
Can I go on now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, I'm here saying that for me, when we talk about modernity, the word fusion is extremely important, and this is exactly where the House of Wonder has been inspired with this, you know, with this criteria number 2, which is really most fusion of different, you know, style and society and art and mix up together. So this building is really emblematic building, which show them the starting of modernity in our place. And then of course we have a contemporary architecture that, you know, take part of it and develop. So this is when it comes to architecture. When it comes now to culture, it's one of the important area where you see this fusion is really in the music and the music of this part of the community, you know, and which is combined here. You can see completely part of traditional, I can say, these big drums. You may find it everywhere in part of Kenya, Uganda, whatever. In the women who are really kind of, you know, the initiators on the hold of this kind of art. But and then, you know, with the time, it went on, and you see some new instrument coming here. Look at this instrument here, you know. Most of them, if you want their history, whatever, they may not be part of the instrument we see here, but they are part of what our music today, you know. We talk about ganoon, we talk about violin, we talk about, you know, those kind of things, and they are part of different world. But today, if you talk of the music of this part of Swahili people, and especially Zanga, when you talk about classical music, which really present the modernity, is this kind of music which we call tarab, and it's you know, look at here. Can you say this is jazz music or what? You know, you have all that instrument that you know, where you see in. But here also we talk about fusion. Really, it's really the fusion. And here at the moment where, you know, you have this symphony which, you know, give like, you know, presentation of the music and enjoy it during festival especially. So again, even in the art, you know, I mean, architecture also in the art, but we talk about cultural things, you know, when you talk about those other conventions dealing with the music, 2 or 3 convention, still you again, that you cannot differentiate between, you know, the past, as we say, coming to where we are here. These drums, the rhythms, where you find it here is exactly the rhythm that you find here, is exactly the rhythm that we find here, with different maybe instrument, with different mode, but it goes together, and it produce, you know, what is really become the proud and the importance of culture of these people in this area, and so the modernity of music. Of course, today I didn't have a photo of what I wanted to show. Today, there is another kind of step which has also gone in here, because in this moment until very recently, you know, you are sitting down and listening, but now today you also started to dance in anyway, like you do it here. Here, you know, you put the drums and you dance at the same time. So it went slowly, you know, and here you just give you sing and whatever, and now here you sing, but and then also dancing come in. So it also when it come about culture, and one example with the music, still you can see that fusion is extremely important element. Now, the last one, which I really wanted to touch when it comes about modernity, is really society. And here you see what we're talking about, you know, that the word continuity, you know, the idea of, you know, mixing up, the idea of continuity, which is maybe new to other people of the world, which may also create some problem to other society, is already an element that build other society. In my society, in where I'm coming from, in Zanzibar, in Swahili society, you know, Jajabun can talk more about this. Fusion, continuity, mixing up is the basis of the society. It's something that make the society. If you don't mix up, if you don't make those society, which is come from different spheres, come together, you don't have the society in the coastal area and the coastal region. It's just impossible. So it's part of it. It's what make it the society and the vibrant of the society. And here you can see different elements of the society, dressing, you know, even the plays and the things. Of course, we can say that there is a traditional part of it, you know, and you can see how the local women are driving. But here I wanted to show some photos how the same area, which has been, I mean, how can be used, you know, that is traditional, and sometimes it's also, it becomes, you know, modernized a little bit, but still the continuity there. This influence, you know, this influence coming from where I don't want to say there's only, for some of us, positive and negative. You have sometimes, you know, kind of influence which is, well, I don't know, should I call it negative, but, you know, it goes with trend, like the influence on the left-hand side. It goes with the trend of more conservatism, and then you influence on the right-hand side. which is, you know, though conservatism came in, conservatism came in the society, but the youngest know how to adopt it and to move forward. So this is also the trend and modernity of Africa. For me, I mean, this photo is really criticized what I see in the future. Still at that age, you can see, though there is a conservatism, though there is, you know, kind of a new trend, maybe this youngest, they will know how to take it and take forward and create a new modernity. Thank you very much. I cannot hear from you. I hope you can hear from me.
Professor, and the other speakers who have talked this morning. I work with the National Museums, and attending this meeting, I wondered, because I wondered what is the meaning of modern heritage of Africa. And I thought, oh, maybe there's a new concept which has come up, which I haven't heard of, and maybe I better catch up and find out what's going on. But I think from what Professor Bungu has said and the others have said, it's not that there's a clear-cut thing, and I just wanted to comment. I appreciate what you've clarified, that there's no clear-cut modern heritage now to go into, that it's something we have to define ourselves, and it's something which is part of our, it's not to appear, and we realize now this is modern. So thank you for clarifying that, because when I came to listen to hear now what this modernity is, then I realized no, it is not. There's no solution, and we have to make this solution ourselves. And I think that's an important point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. That's Anthony Gitito, and Anthony is actually on the nature side. And when we used to sit in the World Heritage Committee with Mike Turner, Anthony was the Kenyan representative on the nature side, although we never looked ourselves as nature and culture. But the other thing that is so interesting with him is that he's built a house which incorporates both what some would call traditional and modern. And I thought that he was going to give an example of that. And he, for many years, he was making a decision on exactly what this house was going to be. So I can understand where it's coming from. Any other comments? So thanks a lot, Anthony. Any other comment from the floor? Yes, please. Just quick.
Thank you very much. So mine will be more of also a question. I'm truly honored to be part of this workshop. Looking forward to learn a lot. And also my question also was to defining the heritage, like for the brief presentation that we have seen here, maybe it's me, but we find that there are cultures, or let's say like the Swahili culture, that have been expounded more as more heritage. So like when we're talking about heritage, can we also expound on other cultures, let's say the Western side, to also understand what heritage is for them, what was ancient, and what is modern for them, and like maybe only also dwelling on, let's say, Swahili culture, because right now we have also more data on Swahili culture. So that was also the question on how we can also expound on other elements, other tribes maybe, to understand better also their ancient and modern heritage.
I think that's an important point that he has raised there. And I think it touches on the whole concept of diversity. Because in other parts of the world, you could also have quite a bit of uniformity. You know, you could say the Victorian or this and that or that and that. Now, in a small place like what is called Kenya, there could be lots of different ways of looking at things. But I think that this also gives us an opportunity to start sort of engaging with what we'd call the past discriminatory attitudes and to try to decolonize some of this entrenched thinking, that there are parts that have heritage and parts that do not have heritage. So it gives us that opportunity to really critically look from the lens of those people who are creating those heritage and how they fit in within the local, the regional, and the international, and whether there is international and local or not. So I think that we need to think about this. And I think this is where you people that are looking from outside, not from the structure, but from the thinking, from the creations that you make on a daily basis as artists, as people who create, what are you bringing in? How would you help us to define? How would you look at Fort Jesus? Is it just a structure built by the Portuguese long time ago and has no meaning? Or when you are drawing as an artist, are there things that you see that we don't see? Do you see any development that are coming back even around it that create a different space, all the uses of spaces. So for us, I think it's you to really, we want to listen to you. We don't want to tell you what is what. And that's why we are here, to listen to you and everything that you're saying the same way that you have started. So please don't be quiet, but engage in this discussion. Any other comment? Any other comment from the floor? Yes, please, come.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Simiu. I'm a performing artist and a mental health advocate. Well, mine, it's just to note that we as the creatives or as the performing artists, we'd like to fit into the structures meant for in the modern heritage, since the heritage ilianza kitambo. I mean, it started a long time ago, right? And right now, we are developing into a modern way of living, even modern way of creativity. Is that right? So we'd like to fill the gap between the old heritage and the modern heritage, right? So what we'd like is a simplified structure where us as creatives can be able to fit into the decision-making processes, yes, and all that. I think we're going to discuss more on that.
Thank you very much. Anybody else before I move back there? When the performing artists, we have differences between Tanzanian performers like Diamond Platinums and Kenyan performers like who? Huh? Like Besha? Huh? Are this regional, or is it all intertwined? Do they influence the way we look at our spaces, the way we look at our environment, the way we continue to create? Is it modern or is it not? What are you guys doing? What are you contributing? Are you part of the creators of the modernism, of the modern, or you are bystanders? Huh? Are you just sitting there, or you are the real creators, aren't you? So tell us what you think it is. Tell us what, we are going to have this in the discussion when we break, but we want to see, as he says, we want to play that role. We want to be part of this discussion. We are not just intangible, we are also tangible. We give meanings and we think and we create. So if you call yourself creators,
George?
what modern heritage of Africa are you creating?
George?
These are the issues. Yes. Mike,
George?
please.
Yeah, that's really a great issue regarding the performing arts. But who
Hold on, Mike. There's a lot of
yeah. Can you hear? So I think that this is really exciting. The question is, where do you perform the arts? Are you now performing in the street?
It's frozen.
Are we better?
Can you come back again with that question? What's happening? Edward, can you hear Mike?
Right.
Oh, Mike, you froze. You are asking a very important question and then you froze. I know sometimes there's a problem with the internet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you go on? And do it slowly because you are threatening the internet connection.
where we performing the arts? Are we performing?
Are the others on the other side getting the question, all of it?
No, he's breaking up.
He's breaking up. Okay. You are breaking up. I think you are making a lot of movement, so the whole thing is getting scared.
I was just saying can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
I was asking about the performing arts. Are they performing in the streets? Are they performing in the cafe bars? Are they performing outside the areas? How is these arts now interpreting themselves in today's society?
You get that question because we are going to be breaking down into groups. These are key questions. I saw a hand there. Did you have an answer for that immediately? Yes? Come quickly, come quickly.
As for now, Swahili Port Hub is home for creative. It's a tech, art, and heritage hub. That's why we are here as the creatives and filling in the gap as creatives. So there are a lot of events that usually happen here at Swahili Port Hub. Me being a poet, we usually have Friday poetry. Also, there are visual artists like Alan Green. The paintings in the building zimekuwa painted na yeye. So just to answer the question, I perform here at Swahili Port Hub. Thank you.
Mike, you've had a bit of a comment on that. I think these are issues that are going to come out as they go into the discussion. But I would like to know if there is anybody. Professor? Oh, Edward.
Sorry, George, I didn't wish to interrupt you.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I have a question following up on Mike's, it's been absolutely fascinating and a really rich experience to listen to you also and to learn from you this morning. So thank you to everybody who's been organizing and contributing to today's discussion. Very quick question. Dr. Mohammed mentioned about the continuity in sites like Zanzibar, Mombasa, along the Swahili coast. One of the attributes maybe of modernity is also these ruptures that occur as well as continuity. They're two sides of the same coin. So when we talk to poets or performing artists or visual artists, what are the types of things that maybe characterize the ruptures that occur socially, culturally, that inspire them? One thing that came to my mind in thinking about my limited knowledge of Kenya is the mobile phone and the use of things like M-Pesa, where it changes the way society functions. And do the performing artists or poets tap into those sorts of new things that come in that cause ruptures or also lead to certain degrees of continuity?
That is very important. The question of ruptures, okay? So it's not just a smooth build and continues like that, but sometimes it's absolute rupture. And I think one of the ruptures that you can actually talk about here is when the development of the Swahili Center, the Swahili, this center that we sit here, this big place here, it was tops at some stage. Everything was going on. And there was this rupture whereby this thing completely sort of collapsed. This particular building was basically abandoned, isn't it? This was the place where you had the women, knitting koffias and doing all kinds of great things. And it more or less collapsed. That was like a break. And then the Swahili Port came in and swung in and became something else, and now it's thriving. And we hope that if there happens to be another rupture, that is not going to be a rupture that will see the Swahili Port sort of disappear, but build on it, so there's this continuity. So you should also be connecting between the past and the present, and those ruptures that create opportunities for even more development. So I think that was an interesting one, and you can have it on the discussion. Any other person? Any other comment? Shadrach, is Shadrach there? Shadrach Cherukure, Professor Shadrach Cherukure. Okay, we also have colleagues from Uganda, I believe. Gloria. Is that Gloria from Uganda? Bridget, we'd like to hear your voice. Or you cooking lunch? Yes, you may be cooking lunch. Bridget is not there. Huh? Alan. Alan is here. Where? Alan, do you have something? Huh? Okay. Okay. So what we will do, if there are no other immediate comments now, I know you probably have quite a bit of comments. Huh? Fashion, because fashion has come out, I think, in all those presentations, maybe except mine, which was a failure on my part. Fashion goes with the spaces, fashion goes with the architecture, fashion goes with time, with trend, with youth. I think when you saw what Juma was presenting, all those ladies, both young and old, were carrying the same bags. They were probably wearing the same thing, but in different ways and modeled in different ways. What do the people in fashion want to tell us in terms of the way they look at developments, whether it's physical or intangible? Anybody from fashion? Yes, please. And you can just see fashion.
In the fashion world, I would say that most of us has adapted the old fashion and the new fashion, whereby we are able to mix them together. It just depends with where you want, what you're going to represent. It's either an event or a shoot or a product. So fashion is still being used with the modern and the ancient world. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is a very interesting web. And if you're looking at the Swahili, I think this area, from wherever it is, Somalia all the way to Mozambique, it is an element that is so important. You talked about theater as one of the things that has been tried to die for hundreds of years and has not succeeded. Can you come and say something about that? How it influences the whole question of modernism.
Okay, well, if you were not here, I said theater is one of those things that has been trying to die for the last 4,000 years, but has never succumbed. As we all know, that theater, for those of us who are performing artists and use the theaters to have performances, these are some of those ways that were used hundreds and hundreds of years ago to pass messages, to entertain, and is still being used up to date. Now, you might say that long time ago, theater was used, the kind of theater they used to do, or the kind of clothing they used to wear, or the kind of messages they used to pass, used to apply for those days. But today, we are actually using what used to happen many years ago to still tell our history in our current times. So that is how, and that's why you find, in the current world, we don't build theaters normal. I don't know if we've noticed that. When was the last time you had an auditorium being erected? In Coast Region, we have the Little Theatre Club that is 65 years old today. We do not have any other theater in Coast Region. Remember, Coast Region is really wide. We only have a theater, an auditorium,
at Coast Academy, Aga Khan Academy, and it's not really an auditorium. This is the only auditorium, the theater. And when you go there, everything that is being used there, including the wiring system, it was changed recently because of the renovations that were done. That is actually one of our National Museum sites. Yeah. So for me, I would say like how theater influences modernization is that we still use theater to tell our stories. If you realize the most sold plays in Broadway are not modern plays, but they're told in the modern ways. The way they dress, the way the sets are made, but everything about it is not modern. It's old, but it's told in the most recent ways. Why? Because, for example, right now, we are seated here talking about modern heritage of Africa, like going back in time and seeing how we can modernize that. But we are on social media. We are on Zoom, like that never used to happen like thousands of years ago. So for me, this is a perfect example of modern heritage, if you ask me. Thank you.
Fantastic. You're not only the best MCA, but you are also the best theater person I know. Now, she talked about Little Theater Club. For those people who are up there, Little Theater Club is the only theater in Mombasa. And the reason why I remember Little Theater Club, because it was supposed to be taken. It had already been taken by some very powerful people in this country. And they appealed to me at that time. And I gazetted that place in 1 week. I think it was the fastest gazetted during Moi's time, believe that. And the people who wanted to take it were people around him. I won't go into lots of stories, but we have gone through raptures and other kinds of things. And there's a time that actually some of us that were supporting Little Theater Club started to feel that it was getting much more known for the bar rather than the performances that were taking place there. So you see these things, how do you, those different types of things. We need to question ourselves, but maybe being a bar also has added another value, another group of people, another different kinds of thinking. What we can be happy about is that we froze that place in time, so the architectural style is more or less the same, and the functions are more or less the same, and it is preserved by the law of the country through forces from outside that wanted to grab it. That made us then react to that. So sometimes we are forced to that. I think at this moment, maybe we should break and listen to your voices now. We can break up to 1:30 before lunch because we just had lots of mandazis and mayais and viazis, and the only thing that was missing was kachri. But we have to go to Mamangina Drive to go and get kachri. The pilipili was there. Yes, Simiyu. Alan. Okay, come.
Okay, I go by Mr. Green. I'm a visual artist in a nutshell. My first recommendation is this title needs to be changed to post-modern, because we're supposed to be talking about development, a developmental journey. All our discussion has been nostalgic. What about the future, which is the most important? If we don't carve a direction towards the future, there'll be no relevance for the nostalgic, okay? The reason why you ended up gazetting Little Theater is because somebody had a direction in the future that was not compatible with the Little Theatre. If, okay, Little Theatre or anybody else had thought on a futuristic angle on something they were applying, those guys would already know this ship is going towards India, so we can't stop it from going. So my insistence is we need to deal with postmodernism, because postmodernism takes stock of what we have in the past and gives it a future direction. All the things we've been talking about are based on nostalgia, but where's the future in what we are actually discussing? So let's drift into postmodernism. Thank you.
I think Alan has given us a challenge, but I want to challenge Alan also that the people who wanted to break the Little Theatre Club wanted to put a go down there. So maybe we should have just let them put a go down so that they can use the pot effectively. It was my mistake to keep it. I take responsibility. So he's brought the idea of post, and we should not throw that away, postmodernism. And this brings me back also when we are discussing all these things, because our part of the world, everything, the past and the present is merged for the future. And we've always said that if we want to also be ourselves, we may want to liberate ourselves from some of these terminologies and narratives. Can we challenge ourselves whether what kind of language we need to use? Do we have our own language? Maybe we don't need to use modernism. Maybe we don't need to use postmodernism. Maybe we've never reached modernism to be in postmodernism, according to others. But maybe we should not, these are questions that we need to ask ourselves. You see, we talk of post-colonialism. When were we released? We are worse than when the colonialists were here, probably. But those are the issues that probably we'll discuss, but those are probably an academic aspect. But I think that it is important to discuss, to look at some of those issues. And the language element that we are bringing does influence. Now with that, maybe we should break into groups so that we can be able to at least have 30 minutes of discussion and recommendations, because he's already brought a recommendation in terms of the language, in terms of the narratives, in terms of what we need to do. We are still in modernism, and he's already jumped and is in postmodernism. So that could be something that we could be thinking about. What is the future? Does modernism include also the future? Because the past for us is also the future. Do we agree? We agree. So can you read for us the different groups, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. George. Now, there is the groups interested in architecture will go to the hall. When you go upstairs, that hall. So the architecture group will be up there. Oh, it's this one. Oh, this is the hall. Sorry. Performing arts, co-working space, yes, upstairs. So for performing arts, you'll go to that space. The moment you go upstairs, that space, you use that. And then the visual arts will go to the boardroom. There's a boardroom upstairs also. So performing arts will go upstairs, visual arts upstairs, then we remain with architecture down here. Yes, yes. Yes. Okay. So for architecture, Madam Fatma, she's just out here, I think, listening to a call or something, but she's the one who's going to be in charge, and she will remain with you here. What will happen is performing arts. This is Mr. Mukasa Arafat, who is here, and visual arts. I will be taking the visual arts. Now, what we shall do, we, the three leaders who've been mentioned here, will kind of lead you towards that discussion, you know, to be able to come up with some suggestions like what Alan Green is talking about and see. For example, for the architecture, You look at examples of architectural maybe influences that have come in and see how you can discuss and come back with some reports or the discussions at least to come and report to us. Performing us just like what you did here briefly. You go ahead and discuss again more on what you people are performing, which spaces you use. The same with the visual arts. Alan Green is one of the people who will be with. Like which spaces are we using nowadays in doing our visual arts? And what is visual arts? You know, we should understand. At some point, I thought that visual arts is almost everything, you know, it's something that you see. So performing arts is visual arts, fashion is visual arts, but anyway, that is our discussion. We'll go there and discuss and see what really visual arts is. That is the task that we shall have. So, but we'll have to really minimize our time, and we should not waste time because we only have half an hour, is it? Half an hour. That means we have to really be fast. So can we please, yes, 2 recommendations for each group, at least performing arts, visual arts, and architecture. Tafadhali. So the ones to go upstairs, twendeni, wale wakubaki hapa wabaki, and tuanze. So we'll get back here by 1:30. Turudi hapa saa 7:30. Tayari bado dakika 2 ifike saa 7 tuanze kupanda ngazi. Haya, wale wa visual arts juu, wale wa performing arts pia co-working group, alafu na architecture hapa. So Mukasa, they are following you upstairs.
What about Professor Edward? Are you there? Professor Edward, are you there? Yeah, thank you. I just needed to know that you are there because you are the one who will take over after this session.
Yes, with Shahid, with Professor Valda.
Okay. So during this session, we are going to report back from the breakout of the 3 groups. And I don't know whether the 3 rapporteurs are ready to report to us what they did together with the groups. And we will have maybe just a few minutes of discussions after every report.
Before we do that, there are 2 issues that we need to merge together with the discussion that is coming. The first one is the question that was asked by Professor Turner when he asked you where you perform, because he wanted to understand the meanings of those particular places. And my understanding is that today, when people perform outside, they are like looked down upon, while in the past, we know that people performed outside and they did that and people went around, like among the Swahili. There were spaces. What has changed? The second one is the issue of where do we place fashion? Is fashion only supportive, or fashion is part and is an independent part of the art? I'm not in fashion, so I would like to call upon the one and the only one. Very 2 minutes to just say what she thinks about that. Helen, can you please very quickly just express some of that?
I would like to correct something. It's not fashion, but model or modeling. Yes. So we have different categories of modeling, and one of the categories is beauty pageant. And as a beauty pageant, you are a performing artist. But when you go to high fashion, you represent designers, whereby you fall in under visual artists. So there's that discussion whereby models are not artists or modeling is not an art. So I'll leave it open to the floor. I don't belong in the performing arts or visual arts because I'm a model. But when I go to visual, I'll go as a designer, not as a model. Because as a model, you represent designer's work. So once you go to that runway, the designer's work is what is seen, not you. But when you're doing beauty pageant, you represent yourself as a brand. So that is where you fall in under performing artists.
Now, you understand this very well, and we would like you to bring this element in, because when you remember when Juma was presenting and he was showing those groups on the streets and the changes that have taken place, it was very powerful. And they used the space, and they used the occasion, and they used the times in a very, very different ways. And I think that you should be part, you should have probably be recognized on your own, but we need to hear from you what should be done to include that, because now we know that your group was definitely left out. And that is the statement that we wanted to bring out. Okay? Yeah. Then I think that I will, before I return this, you explained that much better than me on the use of space. Could you just say a word about that? Because This is very powerful. The issue of space is so important. And space, when you see empty space, it's not empty. Most of these spaces that we see are empty and not spaces that are empty. And in the old days when we are not very young, we used to have some things called the garden. And some people just used to generalize and say that garden is a place where you go and smoke bangi, isn't it? So if you are seen in the garden, they say, mtoto ya ule siku hizi anavuta bangi sana. But that was the social place where people sat and got a space and discussed and educated one another, even on the types of respect and elderly and all that. But because of those generalization, some people started to shy away. So it was, so how this, I think what Edward was also talking about, these raptures that sort of destroy particular things to create new ones. And we need to look at them as we are discussing this issue.
Maybe ningependa kusema hivi, there's something interesting that Dr. Khan said in his presentation, and that is something I did not know. He mentioned all those spaces and he talked about Uhuru Gardens. Tunajua mali Uhuru Gardens iko. Sote tunajua, si ndio? Mimi sikujua kama hapo mahali when we attained our independence there was a celebration. Hapo Uhuru Gardens. Lakini hivi kwa hivi leo nini huwa inafanyika pale Uhuru Gardens? Ni mahali tu watu wakuja wa chill na girlfriends zao na boyfriend. Yeah, another thing. Hizi places zenye watu tunaziita maskani. Mombasa tuna maskani nyingi, si ndio? Nini huwa inafanyika maskani? Sana sana nini inafanyika maskanini? Miraa, bangi, drugs. Are you sure, Mariam? Planning for activities. But that is actually when there is a kikao yenye mekaa. But mostly ni mahali siku hizi maskani imekuwa, ukisikia maskani, unajua ni mahali kuna vijana wanavuta bangi, ama vijana ambao wanakula miraa ama mogoka. Lakini hizo nafasi kitambo zilikuwa zinatumika kufanya nini? Another thing. Ni kina nani washapata nafasi ya kutembea Fort Jesus? English. Oh, okay, English. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know what maskani is in English, but I'm just talking about the pronounce. Sports. Yeah, so now I was just saying that Dr. Khan's presentation brought about the aspect of Uhuru Gardens that is right in the heart of Mombasa Island. By the way, this is an island, just in case you didn't know. Yeah, so that is a place where when we attained independence, there was a celebration that took place there. But then what happens there nowadays? Well, it's a recreation center, a place, but really, is there any creative work that happens there? Aside from I think recently, not recently, like 3 years ago, Muscat had an event there. And that was the only artistic event I've ever seen since I came in Mombasa, which is when I was born. Yeah, so what happens to those centers? Yeah, Maskani, which are sports. This used to be places where you'd find old people used to sit with the young and tell them stories. Do you nowadays sit with your old men and listen to their stories? Ama you think, mezeka. Those things never happen anymore. Instead, maskanis or sports are places where people used to do drugs. In fact, maskanis are places that are really like targeted by police, by Kenya police. And can you imagine how many maskanis or sports we have in Mombasa City, peke yake? We've not even gone to Kilifi or Kwale or Lamu, yeah? So I feel like kuna maadili, rather there are some aspects of our culture and, values that we have lost. I was telling Professor that I feel like some of these grounds and streets have really lost meaning. For us, they are just spots, they're just pavements where we just walk. But really, remember, if you guys really follow the culture of Coast, those are the spots where unapata those people, artists, kitambo, they used to line up their equipment there, and play instruments for people to listen to the music. And then what happens, hapo hivi kando? watu wana dance, unajua kama ile ngoma tumekewa na DJ hapo. People used to play those kind of instruments and then people dance around it. But now what happens? Simiu, when was the last time you stood in the streets of Mombasa and said your poetry? Have you ever? No, he's confessed. So yeah, but we've never really gone to the county government and told them as artists, we need a certain spot to actually be doing our art in, you know? Yeah, I don't even, Raphael, do artists come to Fort Jesus and say, we need this space to do some cultural events? Well, I know they do, but when they have a budget, even when they don't have a budget, we all know that Fort Jesus is one of those places that support culture sana. Kweli ama uongo? Kuna mtu atakuja utamregesha kweli? No, it's rare. And we as Swahili Pot Hub and artists in Swahili Pot Hub like Simiu, umesema wewe una perform Swahili Pot Hub. Fort Jesus is one of those places that they are our partners. You will never cause a space there to do your art, your poetry and stuff like that. So for me, I feel like spaces have been neglected by artists. And I think that is a conversation we need to start having, and especially redeeming those cultural spaces for performances, and not just performances, but even visual artists. Thank you.
Beautiful said. Thank you.
Well. Let's move on now and listen to the three rapporteurs on what they have to say about the usage of spaces, what performing arts do here in Mombasa, where they practice, and what they consider as modern heritage according to performers. We also listen to visual artists, and they tell us where they do their visual arts, the spaces that they use, and what they have considered as modern visual arts, and what inspires them to come up with whatever visual arts they do. And finally, we listen also to the architects on, because I think most of the morning we actually heard so much about architecture and all that. So let's begin with who is ready, performing arts or visual arts? Visual arts is ready. Karibu, Raphael. And we need, I don't know, we need somebody to take. Oh yeah, it's being recorded, that's okay.
Yes, I think I should, because I know they have a lot of ideas, and like my friend Alan Green. Can my members stand up, please? Visual arts, wherever you are. Yes, 10 minutes. So, good. Shedrack, raise up, just say hi, Shedrack. Nuru Jeffa, yes, hi. Muradi, at the back. Alan Green, yes, there's the lady. Yes, Gina, Esha, Nayule. Good. This was a team. Oh, Gina, Edwin, David. Sawa, sit down, please. Thank you very much. Now, I'll go very quickly because the time was too short. So we just had to rush through points, but I'll just report what we have decided. I have a very big book, but it doesn't have anything. We were looking at the inspiration of the visual artists, and we were trying to see what really inspires them to do what they do. And we had different stories from different people. But we came to realize that what inspires them is what is really happening around them. We were given instances of people drawing wild animals, like Shadrach, who is doing an exhibition in Fort Jesus. And his inspiration is because he stays near a park, Masai Mara, you say there. And so it inspires him. So he keeps on drawing, painting, doing any kind of art, visual art, but with the inspiration of that. Then we had other inspiration of value, or maybe aesthetic values from the items that they make. For example, there was one example of furniture that Shedrack also gave. Furniture, you paint on the furniture, or on the kind of furniture. It could be Swahili, it could be whatever, but you give it more aesthetic value by painting on it. That was an inspiration we got from one of them. And also, there is that inspiration of displaying the culture of the people. For example, the local people will be displaying their own culture, and it will also drive them towards a painting or drawing, something that is of their nature. We were also looking at something that is the utility of an item and also the functionality of that item. For example, some like this chair, you look at it and say the function is just for me to come and sit on the chair, and that is it. But there are people who go and buy a chair, but also we look at how beautiful does a chair look like, how aesthetic. So the artists, these artists were also, yeah, very good example of a chair, sanaa ya Kiswahili, that has a lot of aesthetic value. And at the same time, you also, I think this was a king's chair, kiti cha enzi, kinaitwa kiti cha enzi hiki. Kwa hivyo ni kiti chenye value nyingi. I only have 10 minutes, I'm sorry. Now, we also looked at other very important values of art and said, these artists have two spaces to choose from, or maybe to use. We've seen, like right now, currently, Alan Green and his friends are doing a lot of murals, a lot of art on the walls, on the streets, that is public space. And there's also this space that we have in museums, for example, or private galleries. For example, if you go to Nyali, we have a lot of private galleries. If you come to For Jesus, that is a public one. We also have so that space also inspires these people, and they also get to do the art that is relevant to the people around it. For example, in Kibokoni, you'll do an art that is relevant to the Swahili people in Kibokoni, which will be very different from somebody in Nyali. And this is why we're saying that the modern, in brackets, modern art should not really influence people. Like, for example, somebody doing art in Europe, we should not really be influenced by somebody who is doing art in Europe, because the environment there is different from the environment in Africa here. So it should be according to the environmental, the everyday things that are happening. We had a very good example of wood carvings. There's normally ile mchongo ile ya watu wetu wa pwani. So nowadays there is this trend that has come in of machines doing some carvings rather than carving a particular item. Now we looked at the values, the what do you call them? And we saw that this would be like an economical aspect because of the value of how fast you'll get the money, rather than getting the quality of that item. For example, a chair like this that is made by hand will have more value than a chair that has been carved out with a machine, because of that particular history or background of that particular heritage or to that chair. So we also saw that the historical aspects of some of the items that are being artistically produced is also very key. Today we are also using digital technical, to create the different or bring attention to different people by the use of a tech. In fact, here like Swahili Hub, you do a lot of that. So Lulu Jeff cited an example of how issues like kanga, that is very relevant in the Swahili people. And nowadays they don't value the phrases, ile misemo ambayo mwanamke atanunua kanga kwa sababu ya ule msemo. Msemo mmoja kwa mfano ni heshimu kitambi, mimba ni ya msimu. Just an example. Kwa mfano atafunga ile kanga kwa sababu anataka kumwambia mtu mambo yale. But nowadays the ladies or the girls or the new generation will only go for color. They'll only go for maybe the beautiful colors that but not for the phrases. So that we were looking at it, is it modernity or is it changing cultures and so on? So that aspect also came out in terms of visual arts. We also discovered that a lot of heritage sites, these are very important sites that people visit in terms of maybe they want to come and see heritage, they want to see what their history is all about. And an example of Fort Jesus, where we have a lot of temporary exhibitions rotating after every 3 months, we looked at other sites in the coastal strip, and we found that there are very, very minimal exhibitions of art. Not only visual art, but even the other performing arts, like what she said, what Madam said. Then clothing in terms of fashion, that is now, I think she talked about it, the one and only, because you look at the fashions that are being brought about from Kanga, from different African material, or from different creations of maybe plastic material and so on. There's a lot of differences that are coming up. And so the availability of material will be the one influencing whoever, whatever he is going to be doing. The artists are mostly being influenced by what they have. For example, somebody would use raffia to come up with some creative art just because it is available in that particular area. We had some few questions also about the buildings, because buildings are also architecturally very beautiful, and that is also visual arts. And we were given this question by one guy who was online. I don't remember. Shahid, yes. He says in South Africa they normally have shops at the bottom, I mean on the ground floor, and then the houses where people live are on the first floor or the second floor. Now, is this common in Mombasa? Do you think it's common in Mombasa, for example, in Mombasa town? And so we should look at it and maybe in our discussions and see, is it something that is functional that way? Or is it just because of the aesthetics? Or what is it all about? But it's one aspect of visual arts. And there was some questions that were brought about by also Shahid. One, he was saying, when we look at the modern heritage, let's look at from 19th to 20th century. Whatever is happening in the 19th and 20th century is what we should be looking at as, is it really modern heritage? And there was also a comparison of two. The modern art seems to be addressing everyday activities. Like the art would show us things that are happening every day. People in the market, for example. But before, the classical type of art that was there before would be like an image of a face of a person, just a still, yeah, something that is just maybe a basket, but not the everyday life. So can you look at it and say that that is modern art, and the other one is modern heritage, and the other one is classical? And the spaces that are used, we also looked at spaces like the art museums, which are also used by artists, the visual arts, and also private galleries that are owned by people. These are other spaces that are used. Old, for example, like the walls around the street walls and places that are very free. Those are some of the spaces that are used by the visual arts. Old buildings are being painted and they become very modern, and they come up with very nice murals outside, and they change the look of that building. And the aesthetic and the utility of that particular art, that particular function of the building or the item is also affected by whatever kind of art is brought in here. This is what I can say I had to report, and thank you very much for this. Unless my group, there's something I left. Aye. Yes? Alan, anything we left out? Shadrach? Modern.
Thank you very much, visual artists. And in generality, you've given us some of the aspects that define where you practice and what you practice. But what now we may want moving forward, and I think we also discussed a little bit in terms of even meeting virtually after this workshop and discussing further, we would want you to give us some examples of what you can define as modern art in terms of the skills that are used in terms of materials that are, because these are the things that we need to see and to be explained to, because now you've given us in generality that we practice here, materials, define how we do our visual arts, different issues happening in life, also define what happens when you are creating your visual arts. Now we need you to give us examples of exactly what you'd consider as modern art. We also need a write-up from the group so that it can be used as part of the materials for the workshop. But thank you very much. Where is Arafat? Makofi? Maybe, Arafat, are you?
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Purity, and also Professor George. My name is Arafat Mu, and I work together with the team in the performing arts. So I'm gonna get to call upon my team members, Simiyu, Shebe, then there was Daddy the dancer, Charity, and also Haley. So Simiyu is gonna get to present on our behalf. So if you could come forward, please, if you don't mind. Shebe and Daddy the dancer, yeah, please kind of like come forward as well. Charity and Haley. Daddy the dancer, you need to come forward as well. Haley and Charity are like, why are you staying behind? So I'm going to get to hand over to Simiyu to take us through the kind of discussion that we had. It's okay, that's fine.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, porters and friends of porters. So as performing artists, we had a very great discussion, and Professor Michael Turner was actually, I'd like to dedicate this presentation to Professor Michael Turner because he gave us great insight and ask us very insightful questions with which we came up with good insights. Yeah. So as performing artists, we usually do storytelling. That is the basics of performing art. Even though it includes entertainment, edutainment, but the basic is storytelling. And over the years, theater has been used as the main form of space with which performing artists have been able to use. Later on, we have had the street performances with enye imekuja juzi juzi. Allow me to use Swahili because we are talking about culture and heritage, and we are in Mombasa. So I am promoting the culture of Mombasa. Thank you, thank you. And over the years, there have been emerging spaces with which performing artists have been able to publish their content. One of them being the digital spaces. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Netflix, Showmax, name them. Sindio? If you agree with me, say I. Asanteni sana. Kumbe we are together. And another thing that we talked about is storage of the creativity being produced by the performing artist. You find that in ancient times, our grandfathers, grandmothers, the elders
used to tell the stories kutoka kwa kichwa, yani from the head. They yes. Yeah, like it was off head. It was a story being passed down to generation. You see, by the fireplace, the grandpa sits there, gathers all his children, his great-grandchildren, and tells a very intriguing story about Luanda Magere. You see, that's what I'm talking about. And moving on into the modern world, we find that the digital spaces have been used as the storage places for such kind of information. You see, Arafat, unaweza kaa hapa. You can sit here. Yes. Nikikosea unaniambia, sawa? You see, now in the modern day world, the digital space have been used as the storage for the information. You find YouTube. You post your creativity there. Kama mimi niko na YouTube channel, you guys kindly subscribe to my YouTube channel, Poets MoHoA. You'll find great poetry there. And the poetry that I post on my YouTube channel will be there for days, for years. Sindio? If you agree with me, say aye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, see, we have seen how we have moved from the ancient times to the modern day. Sindio? And another thing that I would like to add on that, there is diversity of interpretation in the modern day heritage or in the modern day world. You see, if you post your content on YouTube, there is interpretation. Hapo chini kutakuwa na interpretation. If you're speaking in Swahili, there will be an interpretation in English. If your presentation is in Portuguese, interpretation in English. Sindio? But in the ancient times, you see, when the grandpa only knows how to speak in Giriama, he will narrate the story in Giriama. And kama wewe ni Bon Town, if you are a Bon Town, you will not understand. Yes, and he'll say, learn our language. You see, promoting the culture, the heritage. You see, and that's what we want in this world. Although you need to learn how to speak in English, because you will not be able to make such a great presentation like Simiyu. Sindio? Thank you. Thank you. And as we continue, I'd like to note something, Professor. We need more sessions to get deeper understanding of such. Let it not just be a one-time workshop. You see, we need a workshop only for performing artists, a workshop only for visual artists and architects, and so that we can be able to freely interact. You see, when we are all performing artists here, yani mtakuwa mnanisaidia hata niki sindio? Okay, so I will go to the recommendations. And what Professor Michael Turner talked about content and continuity. The content in our culture, in our heritage, we need to create ways in which there will be continuity. Sawa. Interpretations brings rapture. Lakini, these are one of the ways in which we can promote continuity. One, as performing artists, we can create performances that match culture and nature of the East Africa coastline. Sindio? Hebu nipigieni makofi hapo. Thank you. Thank you. Then another thing, We can create performances that are educative to all generations. We can post them on social media platforms because that is the modern day storage space. Sindio? Another thing, building platform for stage performances. Kama vile amphitheater, like the amphitheater that is undergoing construction outside there. That is one of the ways in which we can create spaces for performing artists to come and promote our culture. Karibu niseme amen. Unajua? Yes. You can give chance to poets, dancers, let's say storytellers, that so in order to pass information about the culture and the heritage of the coast, so that we can be knowledgeable community members. Si eti tunaona tu pale Fort Jesus, nasema hiyo ni ya kitambo. No, we look at Fort Jesus and we are proud to be coastarians. We are proud to be amidst a rich culture that goes back to 18th century. Yeah, the 18th century. You see? Yes. Another way is stressing on the importance of modern heritage in themes that are present in stage performances that artists will be showcasing. You see, now that's the work of the performing artist. Prepare yourself, present yourself, perform. Usitoke nje ya topic. Perform inside the heritage, the culture. Sawa. And in Mombasa or the coast region, these are some of the spaces in which the performing artists use to promote culture. One, Swahili Port Hub. Pigeni makofi Swahili Port Hub. Two, Little Theatre. We have museum, the Kenyan National Museum of Kenya. Is that correct? Sorry, is the Museum of Kenya. Hapa, we've got Alliance Française, hotels and pubs. Yes, we've got festival, Tukutane Mombasa. Very good. Lamu Cultural Festival. These are some of the spaces in which we use, although poets, spaces zimekuwa limited, lakini we hope in future we can be able to fit in some of the festivals. And just to add on top, we've got something by the name International Fund for Cultural Diversity. It was posted to UNESCO by our very own Arafat and Stephanie Maseki. So these are some of the steps in which we create policies for social development, economic development. Kuna political, lakini today we are not speaking politics. And we can also promote culture by creating awareness, having activity that creates awareness on the same. A very good example is Modern Heritage of Africa workshop. Pigeni makofi hawa watu. And that brings me to the end of my presentation, unless there is something that I've not spoken about, you can help me out, but that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Simiu. I will not even dare compete with you in terms of trying to be a performer, an entertainer, wherever you are. But thank you very much. Tuwapigia makofi. And I still go back to the same issue that I raised with Raphael. We need you to give us, you've given us a few examples of like Lamu Festival, but now we need you to go into the details and tell us, is that modern or it's not modern? And if it's modern, what is modern about it? What are some of the features that you can say the Lamu Festival is modern? Is it the instruments they are using? Is it maybe the, I don't know, the vocals? Are they called vocals? Whatever they do. Is it the relics they are using? What is it about modern in terms of performing arts within the coast of Kenya? If it's dances, is it the kind of steps they are doing as opposed to the old dances? And how have those old dances been brought forth to the modern? If you think that is modern, whatever you think is modern. So you need to be a little bit specific, because you've also given us a lot of generality in whatever you've done. And the one thing that you mentioned is about the spaces. I did not hear you talking about anywhere is a space for a performing artist. You've just created a space here for yourself. So you can be a performing artist anywhere. It doesn't have to be in a theater. It doesn't have to be in a pub. It can be even outside, even on, anaitwa aje huyu mtu Mbarambara or whatever his name is. These guys performs even on top of trees. Yeah. So performing art can be anywhere, and those are the things we want you to bring out within the coast of Kenya. Where are you performing, and what do you think about those spaces? Are they modern spaces of performances, or what are they? And finally, to our beautiful lady, what did you call her? The modern lady, or what did you call her? Fatima. This lady here, or the powerful lady. You called her powerful lady.
Thank you very much. I'm Fatma Tahir, curator for Jesus and architect. I'm afraid I don't remember the names of the team that I was with, but it was a bunch of very intelligent, soft-spoken students from Technical University of Mombasa and I think another institution. Very intelligent and contributed a lot towards please, architecture students. So they contributed softly, but they did. So this is my team. Yes. And I would welcome them to add anything in the event that I do forget, one or two things that we may have discussed.
I'm Gabriel Ngugi, fifth year student in architecture from Technical University of Mombasa.
Machimbo Brian, Technical University of Mombasa, for the year. Thank you.
Mustafa Shindo, the fifth year Technical University of Mombasa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lynette from TUM.
Hello, I'm Sami Muimi, Technical University of Mombasa, a fourth year.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm not an architect. Let me confess, yeah, me, I'm an economist, but I work here at Swahili Port in research. Yeah.
My name is Joshua, and I'm an intern at Swahili Port as well. Not as well, but yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, whoever feels very passionate about something I've left out, please come forward.
We tried to capture the themes that were brought out by the earlier discussions. Are we looking, when we're coming up with the criteria to define modern heritage that would represent the coast, Swahili coast of the East Africa, what would we be looking at? Is it the size? Is it the typology of the building? Is it the materials? Is it the usage of that space? What about decoration? I remember Mohammed Juma mentioned something about decoration and how the intricacy of decoration indicated the importance of the person who owned the building. How is its significance now in the modern world? Then, as we were moving on, we were introduced to another concept, which was we need to also look into the process in which this architecture or these types of architecture came about. The design, the construction, the use of that space, the thought process, that whole item, the intangible component. How is it, and how do you compare it as we moved, we moved through history? So using a series of pictures, we looked at different types of architecture, starting with the fact that we had a flourishing Swahili civilization before the coming of any new people, any foreigners, in quotes. So would that kind of architecture be considered modern? Then we were briefly informed about or educated about the coming of the Portuguese, the Omanis, the British, and later on what we currently have as a cosmopolitan center. So what represents modern heritage of Mombasa, if you are to be very particular? A picture of a residential building in Old Town, having wooden balconies, carved doors, and wooden shutters for windows. That was quickly shut down as traditional. As much as it may have had modern inputs with reference to the materials of construction or the type of finish, that there was a shift from the windows being wooden to metal and glass, iron and glass, but that was traditional. Okay, now if we move towards what we were looking at, listed buildings that were done during the colonial time, there's a change in the size, in the grandeur of the buildings. If we're looking at the County Assembly building, or as Professor Abungo mentioned, the place where the Sultan reigns from, his office. It was initially a post office, ended up being an education department, environment department, and currently the office of the governor, the ruler of the town. While looking at that building, it seemed to conform to the group's definition of modern, in that it needed to have taken components of the identity of the local people. What components am I talking about? The wooden balconies, the carved doors, or the windows that looked similar to the shutter windows that were there in the old town. So this building was almost passing the test of it being modern until we discovered that it had columns and it was shut down because of the columns. But otherwise, it seemed fine because it had carried along with it elements of the traditional. The building has a wooden balcony that was typical of the Swahili architecture. It had nice big wooden doors, and there was space, and it had arches, isn't it? But the columns shut it down. Is it worth? Is that all it takes? I don't know. I strongly support it as one of an example to indicate modern, because we were being told we need to carry along the past into the future. And what I see in in the usage of space in traditional buildings, it's that the spaces seem to conform to different functions. And in my opinion, the governor's building does conform because it's taken up different functions with time as it's moved along. But of course, the columns did it. And then the thing that sort of excited everyone, now that I realize it, it could be a bias because most of my participants were from technical university. They were for the university building that was built during the Oman time. And the reason why this seemed like a good example of modern heritage representing the Swahili coast was that it had arches, it had mashrabia, is there an English word for that? It's lattice work or pattern that would originally be in wood, but this time it's in masonry. It had shutter windows, wooden shutters for windows. And there was also plasterwork, isn't it? And the finishes, what do you call that? The cusps that you would find mainly in mosques. Yes, what is it called? Something like that, yes, the finish that you find at the top. So that seemed to define, or to, at least to a majority of the group members, that seemed to represent what we would consider modern, in that as much as it has used modern materials, it has retained the language of the tradition. It has carried along with it the language that we would identify with as Swahili and coastal. There's one aspect that I think I may have missed on because I like to summarize a lot. So maybe if I can go back to that. Colonial buildings, they changed in size. They ended up being grandeur. Why? Were they representing authority? Or was it that now we had better materials to build bigger buildings? But then there was that topic of maybe there was better finance to build bigger buildings. So are we considering all these aspects as issues to consider or to keep in mind when defining modern? But then at the same time, the design, say the county assembly or the cathedral church, it seemed to have been picked up from the West and placed here. It didn't conform to our local settings. As much as it was built, it is old, it represents a certain time in our history, but there was nothing typically Swahili or coastal about that design. So, and the reason we thought that was done is because the people who did it, the colonialists, wanted to establish their presence. They were nostalgic and they wanted to show, to retain their identity. So of course, that's not us. So keeping that in mind, having a new function with components that identify or represent the local people would be something that we would consider modern, even if it would involve usage of new construction materials. But so long as the components, again, the doors, the windows, the balconies, and external facade finish, decoration, was had some components of the past, then we would consider that as local. One thing that we also considered in the process is that traditional buildings were done as a family affair, an event that really involved the owner, hence the idea of the importance of the owner represented in the type of building or in the decoration. But what we see now, as much as something may have been borrowed from the past, there is the professional component of the designer and the constructor. That's why we have students here of architecture who are going somewhere else to learn, and these other people are coming to design for a person that they will try and understand for a month or two in order to design for him. There's a bit of an influence of their personal taste in that design. So, what is really modern? Thank you.
These architects are putting us on our toes. Huh? They have done a very, very good job. And that's exactly what I was pointing to you guys, that you needed to have a representation of what modern, you would think is modern heritage. Like for them, you see, they have taken you through a few buildings and told you why they would think one falls for modern heritage. So in the same way, and we will continue discussing, so you can still continue engaging your group to figure out in performing arts, what would you consider as modern heritage in performing arts? What would you consider modern heritage in visual arts? And what are those aspects that you can bring out to be able to say, this is what we think is modern heritage? Now, architects, did you guys discuss about period, time period, or that was of no interest to you guys? Okay, it was of no interest to them. Well, it's it's a question out there, and I'm sure maybe we'll hear more from the professors on whether maybe they should have considered the time period and all that. And with that, again, you'll be required to give a write-up of your presentation. And with that, we finish our reports, unless if there's someone who has something to say about any of the reports. You could be a performing, and by the way, how does even performing artists or even visual arts, how would they influence such a building for it to also be considered modern architecture? So you also need to think of those aspects. For example, the building you talked about in, is it technical university or it's in where? Is there any kind of visual arts which has been brought on board to that building, or any performances that happen there? And you can say now this is enhancing that modern heritage to that building. I think I'll open the floor to our virtual participants, and maybe I can give it over to Professor Mike Turner. Mike Turner, maybe I'm sure you've listened to the 3 presentations, and if there's any clarification you'd want to seek, any of you who is virtually participating, before we give it to Professor Edwards.
Oh, well, I'll just say, first of all, it was so exciting meeting the performing arts. I think that's Purity, that you should have been there. You are the performing artist. Anyway, I think that one thing which is interesting is, can we use the same language for architecture, visual, and performing arts? So I think that we heard about the language of tradition, that we have language which we speak, the language of architecture, the components. So I think that this is what we're actually trying to look at. I think that Dr. Muhammad also spoke to us about community, and that was something right at the end what Fahmid said, is that it's architecture which is done with people. So therefore, the modern heritage of Africa is in fact defined by its language and by its community involvement. So this is what creates, therefore, the definition of the quote modern. I would like to say or add something which was for me very interesting about oral history. We spoke about when we now note down oral history, we know exactly what it was. But I really think that the oral history changes all the time. And I did mention that sometimes my brother would say, do you remember what my mum said on that? And I said, well, I remember it in a different way. Two brothers in the same family, but remember different things. So oral history changes. When we start writing it down, it is no longer oral history. So the power really is between generations. It's a period between the great-grandparents that are still around to the great-grandchildren which are there. So modern being contemporary is defined exactly by that community, the community which we can speak to each other, whether we can understand the arts. The modern part of it, which comes from the outer world, is that of interpretation. And that was, I think, therefore, we interpret it differently with our different materials, but it is the continuity of tradition which Edward spoke about, and it is the ruptures which he spoke about in interpretation. So I think that we're trying to put these things together, which gives this uniqueness, which is also, we didn't speak about music, but the music from Africa is absolutely stunning. It's outstanding in as much as that the content is there, has the continuity, but it has new interpretations, and that is what the world wants to listen to. Over.
Maybe I just one or two things as you are defining the modern heritage in Africa that you've more or less reduced to two things. I think it's more than that. I think it was very powerful to hear Fatima talk about the used modern and retain the language of the tradition. That was a very powerful statement. I don't know whether she did it consciously or unconsciously at that particular time, but I think that needs to be captured. And for us, language is very important. I think, Mike, you've hit it really on the right note. So language, the community, I think, element is very important. I think it's not just oral, but I think we should call it either traditional or indigenous knowledge systems. These are knowledge systems. And orality is just part of that knowledge system. So, and you know that we fought for this in the World Heritage Committee until it was accepted as part of management processes. So the knowledge systems, I think, is important. I think the question of space that which carries hidden meanings, that what the West may understand as empty space may not be empty space. So space is space, and space depends on how we look at it and who looks at it and who is using it and who is doing what with it. So empty space is part of the built heritage, is part of the tangible. And I think the other one is the question of intangible and tangible, natural and cultural, that these are deeply intertwined, both in storytelling, when you hear Simiyu talking here and using the language of parliament, when he says, "Nai," you know, that is modern, but it is also traditional, and so on. I mean, it's very, very, very natural. So I think, and when he's probably expressing something that is tangible, but using that intangible, I think that needs to be very special. And I think that is something that also Africa brings to the world, and we should never forget about that. The question of the tangible and intangible as part and parcel of one component, and that applies to nature. So I wanted to just mention some of those two. And maybe now we move, as you've said, now to, I think now we move to Edward, because Edward, now is your turn to pick up and lead the process.
Thank you very much, Professor. What a day. What an amazing day it's been. Thank you so much for all the contributions. I think you've handed me an impossible task of summing up, and so I'm not going to attempt to do that, certainly not myself. I've been in communication with Professor Shahid Bauda and Shadrach Chirikure from the MoHoA group, and we'll try and cover. We've got a list of about 6 or 7 points that we want to highlight that have been consistent or very interesting points that have come out of the discussions. But I just wanted to thank you all for teaching us so much today. It's been an absolute inspiration and education. Your contributions have been exactly what we wanted from this process. Before I just get on to the points that I raised, or hand over to Professor Shahid Bauda, just to give, maybe this was already contextualized this morning, forgive me, we're 2 hours behind you. I'm talking from London here, and I wasn't able to attend the beginning of today's session. But the inspiration for MoHoA was the recognition that modern heritage and heritage more broadly of Africa is overlooked, has been underrepresented or is underrepresented. And certainly from where I teach, which is the Bartlett School of Architecture at University College London, is underrepresented in the way we teach about the histories of architecture and culture. And so we wanted to set up an initiative which finally placed African heritage at the center of the discussion, and then draw out what we learn from that to place that on a global perspective or a global platform next year at a conference at UCL. So we're having a conference, as you know, at UCT in South Africa in September, and then another one in UCL next year. And I really hope that all of you can attend at UCL next year, if not in person, then certainly virtually, because what I've learned today is the richness of a reinterpretation or reframing of what modern heritage means to all of you, not to architectural historians from London or architectural historians from Europe. It's a much wider and therefore much richer understanding of what constitutes the modern and what constitutes heritage in the context of Africa, and it's been inspirational. So thank you all so much for your contributions. Just to maybe get to some specifics, Shahid, would you like to speak to the first point that we've got in our list? I'll hand over to you, or Shadrach. Are you there, Shahid?
Yeah, I can start. Let me just switch on my video for a while. If I get a notification that my internet is unsteady, I will switch off my video. So let me just talk a little bit to this point around fusion. It was mentioned several times, and I think it's an important concept that we need to take into account as to what we mean by modern heritage in Africa. In one of when I was welcoming people on behalf of UCT, I made the point that quite often, at least since colonial times, we've been told, or even earlier, we've been told that Africa is a dark continent, it's isolated, it's empty, it's made up of savages, and so on and so on. But the reality is that Africa, since the very beginning, and I think George mentioned this as well, from its very beginning has been part of the world. And we've been part of several global configurations, whether we like it or not. We've been trading with China, with India, with going as far afield as Russia, and of course, for a long time with Europe. So really, I think this is a very long history. It's not from colonial times. It's not from the time, in the case of Kenya and South Africa, since the British took over. It goes back much further. And it's that distance or space, as some people have talked about, and we need to clarify these terms as well. This is not empty, and it has been filled with many different kinds of influences, which brings us to this point around fusion. And I think it's for us to talk about the modern in Africa. This sense of fusion is very central. Whether we're looking at architecture or whether we're looking at the way in which people traded or exchanged or negotiated, or how they set up the spaces in which to interact as human beings. All of these things are very important because it tells us about how, in some ways, we prefigured how human beings should behave, particularly in this world where we are now confronted by planetary crisis in terms of climate and the environment, and may well force us to begin to rely on these now almost long forgotten ideas about how to interact as human beings. And so I really think that this idea is quite important, and how we bring that into the modern, or as part of the definition of the modern. And I think it would help. The reason why this, as Edward has just indicated, the reason why we started this conversation is because the modern, as defined in a Eurocentric sense, leaves Africa out. And so we need to reconfigure this. I also think that when we talk about fusion, we also have to answer a couple of questions. What gets fused? What gets priority or privileged in that fusion? And what gets left out? And I don't mean this just in the context of colonialism, European colonialism, which was fairly brutal. I also mean when we talk about how we've engaged with each other on the continent itself. There were, in this understanding of fusion, there seems to be two tensions in that has come out of today's workshop. One is where the desire for recognition of groups of people, today they would call it ethnicities, let's call it polities of people that existed over time. This recognition or its lack of recognition in the present context is deeply felt within Africa, and we will need to work out how that figures into the modern. And the second one is with fusion is that there's a tension which on the one hand wants to show that fusion can be a good thing, but there's also an element of dissonance, some elements of dispute over what happens between on the coast and the interior and somewhere in between, or what happens, which comes out in one of the points that was made. How is it possible that something that exists in Mombasa is very similar in Cairo or in Durban in South Africa or in parts of Cape Town and so on? There seems to be a link, and that link seems to be positive, but on the other hand, there may be some elements of dissonance in it, and we need to begin to understand this. And that goes to the point that was made in the chat about how do we understand the ruptures and what comes out of those ruptures that is part of the continuity. And I think I'll stop there, because otherwise I'll go on like professors normally do, rattle on for hours on end without making a point. Thanks.
Thank you, Shahid. I'm just going to, before I hand over to Shadrach, the one point that came out of your comments there, which I felt came up a lot throughout the day, was the notion and the consciousness of the everyday. And the reason I felt this was important was Mike and some others here were present in workshops yesterday with the Getty Foundation, who are also partners in this MoHoA initiative, the Getty Conservation Institute, and they have constructed a 20th century thematic framework, so trying to reconfigure or rethink the 20th century. And the responses from African colleagues, there you go, Mike, thanks for showing that. The response from African colleagues was they felt it was still quite Western centric. You know, these themes, these 10 themes, still reflected a Western consciousness of what occurred in the 20th century. And what came up in that discussion was this question of the everyday, the impermanence of everyday experience, the intangible nature of everyday experiences. But I think in the 21st century, the relationship between the very local context of the everyday and the inevitably global, or I would say planetary context of the conditions we're living in today, and how that plays out through questions of, as Shahid mentioned, climate change, the ecological crisis. It affects us all. We're all contributing to this planetary phenomenon, but also maybe on more positive ways, as was mentioned by our fantastic rapporteurs, things like YouTube, they connect you to a global audience. So a poet in the Swahili pot can record your material and it can be accessible to a global audience immediately. And this is a phenomenon of the 21st century, where the intensely local has a global impact, has a global platform. And I think those experiences of the everyday and their relationship to the global or to the planetary is something that comes out, maybe not consciously, but is very much thought of in a lot of what was discussed today. So I'd like to think more about that maybe as we go forward towards the Cape Town conference and beyond, that our experiences of the everyday are essential to how we experience the modern. They're very personal, they're very local, but they also have a planetary impact. Shadrach, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for a great conversation. My apologies for joining a little bit late. Maybe let me try and recall my fading Kiswahili. Salama, mambo vipi, on my side, it's boom kabisi. Sawa, sawa. So starting with the issue of fusion, I was just, and also language, which are some of the things that were mentioned. I was struck by the name Swahili pot, which is a very interesting, juxtaposition of Swahili as in an African language. And then there is that pot, which is English. So you guys, why didn't you call the hub Swahili sufuria, which is one of the names of pots in Kiswahili? What difference does that make? What difference does that fusion make? And of course, to someone, that is also a great deal of creativity. And it sounds quite nicely. It's also quite eye-catching. But on another level, that also, that fusion, even at the level of at the name of the hub, Swahili pot, it also speaks to continuity and change. And that will be my first point to get into the a discussion that when we are talking about the modern, the traditional, not to see things in Manetian terms or in black or white, but just to say, of course, another word which was also used is contemporary times. So every day, the mundane, the quotidian, which Edward mentioned, it is a result of continuity and change. It is also a result of creativity. So that's why we end up having change. So as you create, you retain some elements of the past, and then you add some, then you come up with the new. And then I also want to introduce the concept of geography, right? And also positionality. So East Africa, Swahili heritage, Mombasa, this is what people were doing since the 18th century. This is a storytelling, although that storytelling is now taking place through YouTube, through Zoom, and so on. So is geography just a container? a container as the that's where you guys just happen to be physically located. So how does that then relate to notions of what we might call modernity, tradition? And can I also recall one of the questions that Purity asked, you know, particularly after, that was, what is time really? Does time really, and time is relative, actually. It depends on who you are, who you are reading, you know. So Albert Einstein and others, they will tell you that time is relative. And we also have African time, you know. If I have an appointment with Mike Turner, and then I show up after 5 hours like I did, you know, Mike would say, Shadrach, you are using my African time now. You know, what does that mean in terms of our understanding of modernity? So continuity and change, geography as a contested space, as a negotiated space, and also as a container where creativity takes place. Then the other important concept then is mobility, and that is also related to fusion. So mobility of people, mobility of plants, talking about nature culture divide, mobility of commodities, and it is also mobility that resulted in people migrating from Oman, from Persia, some of them settling in along the coast of the Indian Ocean coast in what we call East Africa today. And we also have these people of African stock that we call Bantu, also intermingling and fusing, expressing their creativity, giving result to what we call the coastal heritage of today, the inheritance of which we live with today, the storytelling, which was also mentioned, those doors, as well as the architecture. So then what is an architect? So to Fatma, that might seem a very dumb question. You know, I'm an archaeologist, so I'm excused for asking this question. And then Mike and Edward, you guys are architects. But in some way, an architect is a master builder. You know, just a builder. So why we have been having builders for generations, for thousands of years in Africa. So what's the fuss? You know, building is one of those things that we have always been doing. So I'm now here speaking to the issue of the politics and the idea of decolonization. So we know that architects are all, you know, are master builders, but we have master builders with European ideas. Those buildings, we are saying, they are much more important than the builders, you know, who are building these cone cylinder houses that would be sort of indigenous to most parts of Africa. And yet, what is also interesting is that some of the greatest architectural ensembles of the 20th century, you know, they are inspired by African traditions. and you know, I can think of so many buildings that have been inspired by the Egyptian pyramids. The FNB Stadium in Johannesburg in South Africa is inspired by a clay pot. Yeah, that's sufuria, you know, Swahili pot. That pot, that's the one that inspired that that great architectural invention and ensemble. So again, taking us to continuity and change, to say that we don't exist in a vacuum. That's why some of those colleagues were asking the question that maybe Africa was never traditional after all. And also perhaps Europe or any other part of the world was never modern. It's because we have this continuity and change. But I do also take the point that we need to think about the context in which all of these things are happening, and then to say we also need to decolonize concepts. So talking about positionality, particularly from an intellectual point of view, we want to hear what is the modern in terms of Swahili, right? The richness of the language and the multiple layers of back and forth, multifaceted mobilities of people, ideas, ships from China, ships from Oman, bringing in a very rich heritage of knowledge, of skills, and creating what we now call the East African heritage. You know, how can we understand that from the lenses of being a local, but with a view to use that local to make inputs into what others might call the global, which is also linked to the Cape Town conference, and which is also linked to the conference at UCL in 22. So how can we use the African experience to negotiate and also to engage with what might call the global? Let me end here. Professor Bungu, so nice to see you. Happy birthday.
Shadrach, thank you so much. It's an absolute privilege. We've all just experienced something very special in listening to that. Thank you very much indeed for your thoughts. Just as a quick response to your question about what is an architect, I mean, I fully agree, and I'm pleased you brought that up, because for me, we're dealing with spatial practice, and anyone who engages in that sort of in that question, and it came up a lot today, the question of space is working in a form of architecture. And so I would encourage the performance artists, those that are engaged in the beauty pageant, which was discussed earlier. This to me is a form of architecture. You're negotiating space, whether that's public space, private space, cultural space. This is all a form of architecture. So in thinking through questions like, as you said, decolonizing knowledge, I think we should also sort of decolonize the disciplines as well, and think of them, be free to think of them differently in the way that I think has been done today. So thank you enormously for your questions and provocations and observations. Shahid, was there anything you wanted to reflect on before we depart? I'm conscious that we're probably running over time. We should probably, and Mike also, or anybody else on the floor, if they want to respond to the comments that have been made.
I think allow people to respond if they want.
It's a difficult thing with not being able to see the floor. I don't know whether there are hands up. I hope there are. If anyone wants to come back to any of these comments, or in the chat. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's a lovely image of the whole room there. Now we can see what we're dealing with. I mean, one point that didn't come up very much today, which I was curious about, was the question of climate change and the Anthropocene. How much of a concern is this for you all as practitioners in your respective disciplines and fields and artistic practices?
Is there anyone who can answer that? Anyone? Are we on? I don't know.
Could I say it's a bit surprising when one of the lauded environmentalists comes from Kenya, or well, she's passed away now, but I'm surprised that this is not a bigger issue.
It could be a bigger issue, but it's part of the everyday. So that's the mundane. Yeah, we know that every morning the sea level, depending on the tide, the sea level rises, it goes down, and so on. So what options does it give us to use the coast and exploit its resources? Is it the same in terms of epistemologies, way of knowing, and so on? So I'm just provoking people here.
Is there anyone wanting to come back on that question? I wonder how it manifests itself in the Swahili Coast.
Can you hear me, Professor Edwards?
Yep.
Yeah, we're having a bit of a network problem.
Okay.
Maybe you can repeat the question, then we can throw it on the floor. I know it's something to do with climate change and its influence. Is that what the question is about?
Yeah, the extent to which climate change affects people's perceptions and practices in their respective disciplines and artistic practices. Is it, because it didn't come up a great deal today, which I felt was a bit of a surprise. Is it something that is part of the everyday, or is it something that is seen outside of their practice, or does it inspire them? How is it effective in that particular site? Obviously, being on the coast, it's something maybe that is quite extreme. We've seen what's happened in the last week in Northwest America and Canada.
Okay, we have a few people to respond.
Wonderful, thank you.
Hi, my name is John Kamau. Most of the community members call me K. I am an artist in different aspects, one of them being fashion. So what we do here is that we recycle billboards and turn them into bags. So when you talk about how it's going to help in serving the global, the global side of what is it? Climatic change, yes. So that's my partner. He just brought me a bag. So we make this. So what we do is we save that by helping, by pulling this out of being burnt or thrown in the sea. This helps in saving the climate and the pollution of the environment. So maybe that's one point I thought I should express. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I've finished.
Are you still there, Professor?
Yeah, we're here. That was fantastic. Lovely example.
Okay, I think this buys into a point I had, a response I had to the group architecture in response to what the question that has been thrown to the floor. And it's in regards to the law of nature, especially when it comes to weather and the structures that we have and that we used to have. We talked about having had timber, and now we have glass and metal. Yeah, and I'm thinking like when in Mombasa is hot, when it's hot. It's rarely cold. This time around, we are experiencing some cold. But then for me, I would think that is one of the ways that we really need to consider the climate change, because especially the structures that we have and when you are building them, because I feel like Kitambo, when these structures were being erected, they considered quite a lot. And one of them is this, the kind of the law of nature and the kind of materials used to build, because wood is a poor conductor of heat. So clearly, because Mombasa is hot, for example, or the coast is hot, then it feels better for us compared to metal or yeah.
That's a very interesting comment, given
We
that
also want not to follow up with the discussion.
Thank you very much. We are experiencing effects of climate change here at Mombasa, coastal town, intense rainfall, sea erosion, sea level rise, humidity and everything. As much as we keep saying what we are doing now is a creation of heritage in the future, there is a move towards green buildings and towards accommodating what is not the average, but the extreme. I think if there are any architects on board, we normally, when we do design, we do according to average temperatures and rainfalls and everything. But what we need to do from now henceforth is consider the extreme in order to be able to adapt and create resilient buildings. But on the other hand, we have seen that the traditional buildings have stood a test of time. They are strong, they have thick walls, they have courtyards, at least the ones, the type of architecture we find here. So the concept of heat sink, thermal, what is it called? Time lag, is it heat lag? It seemed to have been considered, and the indigenous knowledge had a consideration of the environment then that we sort of threw away and now are looking back into going back to that. So heritage has a lot to teach us with reference to adapting capacities of our architecture, and that we need to reflect back to that moving forward towards any adaptation of climate change issues along the coast. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Fatma. I think that's such a powerful comment and such a rich observation, because it encapsulates, I think, what's been discussed a lot today, that the traditional is always part of the modern, and it has always been. But under certain representations of modernity, we try to throw away that tradition. But the inherent inclusion of it and celebration of it, I think, in the modern experience is fundamental. Thank you. Shahid, I see you got your hand up. Would you like to ask?
Yes. Actually, I just want to endorse this idea about architects or the design of buildings to meet particular climatic conditions. So just 2 points, I think. One is that we really have to understand what was the intention of building courtyards and fountains within, or what you would call heat sinks now, way back then, because they understood the climatic conditions, and it goes to, I guess, a more philosophical question of trying to understand what was the intention of the creators of the particular particular artifacts, performances, visual representations that we see today, and what have the subsequent creators of building on that heritage think about it. So really, what was the intention? It also reminds me of a competition that I had to judge, and curiously or ironically, an architectural competition that I was invited to in Dhaka in Bangladesh, where a new museum was going to be created. I think it was called a Museum of Liberation. And the one thing that both the architects and others like me threw out was, we didn't want a glass building. And the reason was because that would just not suit the climate in Dhaka, in Bangladesh. And the person that actually won the competition used pretty much the indigenous materials that were available in a very modern way. And I don't want to go into what that modern was, but it was in a way that accommodated the idea of a 20th century museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid. Shadrach, your hand is up.
Yeah, just to say that new is not always better. That's what I am learning, because if people are doing a 360 degrees turn, we started with wood, now we are realizing that wood is actually much more optimal for our conditions. And also the production of glass, the production of aluminium, it requires a lot of electricity, a lot of energy, very high temperature furnaces, which also, some of the materials that we call modern themselves, they cause a lot of harm to the environment, and they are also associated with some of these greenhouse gases. But at the same time, we were told that these things that worked, they are part of tradition, and the tradition is not cool, when compared to the modern. So how do we make a retreat back to the things that we were told that, we should throw them away? they don't work. That's just a contradiction that is also emerging in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadrach. I mean, I think that's part of the decolonizing the discipline, the undoing decades or centuries of teaching that has said that these vernaculars are outdated, outmoded, is going to take years, if not decades, to achieve, in order to realize that actually they have the solution in most cases. It's part of that decolonizing process, I'm sure. Purity, is there anyone else on the floor who'd like to raise a question or point?
Yeah, there's one more person who would want to comment about issues that affect our environment.
Wonderful. Over to you.
Okay, my name is Shadrach Musyoki. I'm a visual artist. So let me stand so that everyone can see me. So basically, my work is influenced by, okay. My work is influenced by what is happening around the world or the environment around me. So I participated in a worldwide challenge about impact of environmental change. As you have seen, we have the lakes in the Rift Valley which are rising. I stay in Nakuru. So this has affected the wildlife, and I've also seen several occurrences in Masai Mara. Like I had an experience whereby I took a safari tour in the park. Then I met one elephant, a big bull, which was very, very sad. It wanted to knock our car down. The reason being that due to poaching, its tusks were removed so that it may not be killed. Then this led to the bull being chased away of the herd by the young males. So it started leading a lonely life. So I later went and picked a piece of canvas and did that painting. So that is what mainly inspires my art. Then I also did another piece which was collected by a collector. I had a monkey. One of its side was made of plastics. Then the other side was realism, but the monkey was a little bit sad because of what we humans are doing, like releasing plastics into the environment, which mainly affects the wildlife. So when we look at the pieces of art which were done before before we started experiencing such kind of changes, did not have this much, did not talk much about climatic change. But right now, most of the artists in their pieces, they are trying to show that concern that we need to do something about the climate which is changing. So one thing the artists are doing, they are trying to voice out like now the environment is fed up, now we need to do something, we need to start living sustainable life. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So there you are, Dr. Edwards. I don't know whether maybe you have a way forward for us.
Well, I suggest that we create our own report and summing up, and I would really emphasize and welcome the contributions of your participants today at the conference in Cape Town. Can see multiple submissions there. I don't think it should just be one, but I would love to be able to, I'm sure my colleagues share this view, that to be able to show some of the artwork or the performances or the products that have been on display today at the conference as a contribution to our thinking about modern heritage. I mean, Shahid's philosophical point about the intentions of the creator, I mean, the previous speaker has just summed that up himself. You know, the intentions of artists to try and shine a light on the questions of climate change or poaching. I mean, these are existential questions of our age, and future generations will look back on this artwork. And I think we should try and capture that in the conference in Cape Town. So I think we need to get our heads together after this and see how best we can do that to incorporate all of your contributions at that conference, whether they are virtual or physical. Is there anything else that anyone would like to say from virtual? Shadrach, Mike, Shahid, Espera, Dr. Khan? I don't want to be the last word on this.
I think Shadrach has to have the last word.
Okay.
Espera maybe, but okay, let me say something. Then Espera is as Ikrom, he has all the power, all the weight, and all the money, you see. Anyway, good to see you, my brother. I hope you are doing well. What I also need to say is that, and that's why I was also teasing Espera, is that because UCT is hosting one of the hubs, and these activities also gave us an idea and an understanding of what you guys are doing. So Purity, what I would also suggest going forward, and also we can engage with Espera, who is our boss on
Professor
this.
Shadrach, if you could please pause a bit, we can hear you. Probably there's a technical problem on our side.
No problem.
Please go on.
Okay, so I was saying that there is an opportunity for Swahili Pot and the Heritage Hub at UCT to work together, particularly all the things that were on display in terms of the creative arts, the oral arts, the performance, and what we are also trying to do with other youths in Cape Town. So what I was saying is that perhaps Purity and Espera and myself, we need to engage at some point and see to explore ways in which we can bring together the youth in South Africa with and other parts of Southern Africa with you guys in East Africa to see what kind of creative opportunities and collaborative opportunities can engage through that work. So over and above the modern heritage of Africa, there are those other potential areas of collaboration that we can speak to this, and it would be great if we can take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadrach. Espera, would you like to have the last word then?
Thank you, Edward. I don't think I should have the last word after the professors have spoken, but I like the idea, and I would like to inform you that I'll be discussing with Dr. Purity. We have a meeting already with the Swahili Port, and after this workshop, we'll be discussing more how do we go forward, and then creating synergies and be able to plug some innovative activities to the hub will be something we'll be exploring with our colleagues and friends at Swahili Port, at Fort Jesus. And also with UCT being the first hub established as a research center, we really would like to bring some young people from East Africa as well to benefit from those kind of activities that we'll be implementing with UCT. So thanks so much for this opportunity, and then I look forward to continue the discussion with Dr. Purity and the NMK team, so we can start getting things on the road. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Purity, over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Edwards. Workshop. I'll give a chance to Judy Ogana. Judy, are you online?
Yes, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Judy works with UNESCO. Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody, all the partners and the participants of the workshop, and all the ladies and gentlemen on board, all protocols observed. I just wanted to say how glad I am to have been part of this process. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here throughout, but I did listen in on some of the presentations made by the African World Heritage Fund, by ICROM and Sfera, my friend from a long time, my old friend, Dr. Bungu, and all the other experts and speakers, as well as participants. And it's very exciting and refreshing to see what has happened here today, and to also anticipate that the achievement from this process, and also you know, what is planned in subsequent activities in this program. I'm particularly keen because of a couple of things. First of all, it's been youth-led, which is a unique thing in itself. You've seen how vibrant and refreshing the participants have been through this process, but also the idea of exploring it through the Swahili Coast, I think is particularly interesting. But what tugs my heart the most is the interesting transdisciplinary approach that is led by the creatives. I'm a creative myself. I think people know me as an artist, and that's where my heart actually is. So seeing creatives take the lead and discuss this modern heritage concept is extremely refreshing and exciting. And what a unique program that has been. I listened in on the diversity of the participants. We have performing artists, creative entrepreneurs, we have architects, designers. I even heard there was an henna artist, which I wish I was there so that I can be able to participate, to get some of that henna on me. Visual artists, DJs, heritage professionals. What a rich group of people who have come together to discuss this. So I feel terrible that I missed quite a bit of the discussion. But I've picked on a couple of things that have been talked about. The linkages with community, which is very important. And I think that that cuts across in any kind of project like this. How we accommodate rich interpretations, the importance of language, fusion, climate change and indigenous language and how indigenous knowledge and how that really plays out, continuity and change, the continuum between tradition and contemporary. I mean, we should not look at them as separate, but actually a continuum. And also the recognition of the rich history, time and space, and so on and so forth. So it's been a rich and very rewarding conversation that has really been very, you can see how this can manifest itself in the future. Already the process of creating awareness and ensuring that the youth are involved in the center of safeguarding our cultural heritage has happened and is continuing to happen, which is great. So with those few words, I just wanted to add my voice to thank the organizers of the workshop, particularly Purity and NMK as the host of the meeting, as well as Swahili Pot for hosting this particular engagement. And we really applaud all the partners that have come in to participate today, and really looking forward to what transpires and the outcomes of this initiative. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Judy. And before I say my final remarks, which will be very short, of course, we cannot end the meeting without final remarks also from the CEO of Swahili Pot, because it's been a pleasure to be here with all of you and for you to host us here. And you've heard what the rest of our partners are saying. So we would just want to hear a word from you, you whether you are supportive of us moving forward with what we've been promised or not.
So, Dr. Purity, the rest of the virtual participants, we were also hosting the Secretary General of the Swiss Red Cross. So that's why I had to rush out a little bit. But from the deliberations and most of the morning that I followed up, it is an exciting thing. I'm getting a lot of questions within Swahili Pot Hub asking from today, what is next? How are we part of this? I think they're also very happy of a majority of the virtual participants from NMK and academia. They are doctors and professors. But how should they continue to interact with these knowledgeable people who are very good in heritage, and probably if creatives or creations or performance that will support the work that is being done by the whole team. So for me, and on behalf of Swahili Pot and the board of Swahili Pot Hub, we are of UNESCO in Nairobi mentioned, the connection to community should be very important. We should remove it not to be an academic thing, because when you make it, you scare away the community. But how do we fuse the two so that community can be part of it? And for us, community is everybody, those who dropped out of school to the ones who have excelled in school and they are within the community. There are those that actually have a lot of heritage and culture, but they want it to be told, and probably when they tell this story to somebody who is good, probably he will be able to write something out of it. So I think for me, it is a synergy. How do we come together and when do we start? And probably, Dr. Purity, as you finish, you can tell us what is next, because we are eager, we are hungry for the next step of the Swahili Pot Heritage Hub. And on behalf of Swahili Pot, thanks a lot to all of you. Hope we will meet, if not in Cape Town. We have invited all of you. Before we go to Cape Town, we want all of them first to come to Mombasa, and then we can go to Cape Town and other places. Thank you. You want Cape Town first? They all want to come to Cape Town first.
Thank you very much. And thank you again for hosting us today. And let me first begin by paying my gratitude to all the partners who are here and who have been able to make this a success. I'll begin by thanking Professor Michael Turner. Michael, thank you from the deepest of our hearts. You are really with us from the beginning all the way to the end. I know there are so many sessions that we held together with Arafat and the rest of the team, and you are always on time and on call to help us be able to actualize this workshop. So thank you very much. Of course, Professor Edwards, Dr. Shadrach, Dr. Jopello is not here, but in his absentia, Dr.
I'm here.
Shahid. Oh, you are here. Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you very much. You've really taken this whole project to another level. Remember when we started off, we started with ICROM, with discussions on how we facilitate Swahili Pot to become a heritage hub. This has been ongoing for quite a while, but this really, today's workshop really was the culmination of what we want to do in the future and where we want to be with ICROM and the rest of you. So ours is really to thank you all and to say that Swahili Port Heritage Hub is ready even now to take up any other activities that it may be given. And we look forward to really even working. And just to point out to the rest of you who are here, you don't know how lucky you are, because what these professionals are doing is going to change the issue of modern heritage in the whole world. And you are the first youth that have been brought on board to discuss and to start thinking about how to define modern heritage. So really, this should be a defining moment for you, because you'll be in the books of history that you are part of that process that really developed a document. And this document will not only be for Africa, it will be for the whole world. Many documents have been done. And your three rapporteurs here, Arafat, Raphael, and Fatma, will be representing you by giving papers at the UCT, the University of Cape Town conference, which will be in September. So you are already represented on a higher level in terms of what you've been able to bring on board. And for them to represent you will actually be a plus for all of us. So we look forward to that process, and more so even to the other process that Dr. Shadrach has talked about, linking the youth in Mombasa to the youth in Cape Town. And once you start discussions and deliberations, more will come and many more doors will be opened. So we are looking forward to beginning any time to those discussions. Of course, I wouldn't forget to thank Arafat, who was really the key in making sure that this workshop was successful. You see, Professor Tana is already clapping for you. The many emails that he wrote to each and every one of us, but he was not tireless in he was very committed in making sure that information was relayed on time and people were on board in terms of what we were supposed to be doing. Obviously, I wouldn't forget to thank Professor George Abungu. Professor George Abungu had to step away. He's having, I think, a virtual
Is it just me who has lost sound?
Not just you, Shadrach.
No, we've all lost sound and picture.
I can hear you, Shadrach.
We can have our own little meeting.
Oh dear.
Technology.
Yeah, but at least it was a very enriching engagement, and yeah, I learned so much. And there's quite a lot of wealth of information, you know, spoiled for choice, and people have ideas, which is quite exciting.
Yeah. Is it worth setting a brief for some of these artists for the Cape Town conference, even if, you know,
I was just about to say that, because in fact we actually had put out that people could bring artwork, poems, and videos. So we actually have opened this, and I think that we should speak to Purity about it and just get them to actually make that presentation in more over and above the three presentations of the rapporteurs.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree totally. The
I've already spoken.
Oh dear. Okay.
Hello, Purity. How are you?
What happened?
The waves just happened.
We were worried about you.
So you lost me for a while, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So maybe for 2 minutes you can rewind for 2 minutes.
Well, I don't know now where. I don't know where to rewind from, but I was just basically saying thank you to each and every one of you who was very instrumental in making sure that the workshop happened. And we actually look forward to the other activities that have been mentioned, and we will continue discussing. The team which is here is ready and willing even to have more meetings, even if it's virtually, to just be able to beef up whatever the 3 rapporteurs will be able to present in Cape Town, because I know they still haven't gotten much of what they need to present. So the team will be, other than that, is to, from the bottom of our hearts, it's been a long day. You left most of your duties and activities to come here and help with the process. And we cannot pay back for you being here, but also be aware that it's a process of learning, it's a process of becoming who you are. And we hope that as we move forward, ICROM is willing. There will be more discussions with the Swahili Pot, but ICROM, as you heard here, they are the ones who will be facilitating some of the activities that we want to undertake in terms of the Heritage Hub. So it's upon us to show commitment and to continue working on specific activities that will be given to us, so that in the future we can be part of history making. So thank you very much. And also thank you to the provisions, and thank you for facilitating this workshop. We are well knowledgeable now in terms of modern heritage of Africa. And we've also been able to have some of Cape Town and University College of London, African World Heritage Fund, ICROM, and UNESCO. So thank you very much, and we look forward to more activities with you. Thank you. So we will continue discussing with the partners, and whatever we will come up with will be relayed to Swahili Pot and to the youth. Kwaherini, bye. Kwaheri. Oh, it's kwaherini. Oh, it's what? Mungu awabariki. And before probably we go, we need to pray. And I'll give it to...
Okay, I think we'd like to thank everyone who got time to come here. And just to finish up, we need to close with a word of prayer. Kwa hivyo tupate shekhe moja tufungie kwa maombi tafadhali. No. Hey. Yeah, from the youth. Yeah. At least one of the people from the different arts. Simiu. Uko na poem. Maana wataka kwenda hao. Njoo. Alafu one of you can also say something, like about whatever has happened to them. Yeah. So please don't go. There's something coming up. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay. There is a tradition. We need to preserve the heritage of, yes, unajua. Nikisema twende nalo ama tusiende nalo, mnasema twende nalo, sawa? Online, nikisema, when I say twende nalo ama tusiende nalo, you respond to twende nalo. Okay. Yeah. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Nimetulia balcony nikicheki saa nikiset. Nataka kuandika peace timeless. Stroke the stars inanikumbusha niko na timeless. Love ni cliche, hate topics pia, sad stories ni fiche, juu bravery na top here. So acha nianze from the top. Yeah, twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Nimetulia balcony nikicheki saa nikiset forced kuandika piece watarilet. Hata iwe nzuri aje kuna wenye wata hate. Nimwage thoughts zangu za siri bado hata sema si real. Saina hustle najua, juu in future najua. Nikianza kuspit kakin royal kwa where is my car keys. Hatubongi matao hapa ni malaki. Ndio you make it in life, whether you work hard or get lucky. Watch my pace, ukiwa mjanja nipe space. Watch my race, nime tighten my shoelace. Big up underground artists, just hold on to art as it is. Ati mtaka cha mvungu iname sharti. Squeeze mtano na nita mtana shati. Words mekubali, words meshati. Words my recipe, poetry my meal. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Twende nalo ama tusiende nalo. Tosha bana. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. See me you. Yeah? Yes. There's one more. Good. Shadrach. Shadrach. Okay. Shadrach has something to say. Shadrach. Perform.
Hi. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can see me, clap twice. If you're happy to be here, clap thrice. I have a story. How many of you love stories? Thank you. Sawa. Aliacha familia yake nyuma ndo alinde familia zetu. Usingizi kwa msitu. Mapenzi ya nchi haipimi kwa ratili. Mate ya mwanajeshi inaweza zima kuni. Risasi pia ni matunda. Iko na maganda ya chuma. Mapenzi ya mzazi na mwanawe. Alitamani kumbeba mgongoni hadi kambini, lakini angemchosha. Akaamua kumbeba kifuani, hapa kando, karibu na moyo. Hii ndio picha pekee ya kijana wake amebaki nayo. Hajakanyaga nyumbani 5 years. Wife wake always iko in tears. Hauongea kwa simu. Bei, na kutamani hadi naponda na wazimu. Wamekuwa pamoja tangu shule ya upili. Mapenzi ya kweli bila kuzingatia dini. But now, he's no more. Life will no longer be normal. Condolence kwa familia yake na Saimo. Bro mdogo wa Nimo. Wamepoteza breadwinner. Pila, foundation ya familia. Alipelekwa kudumisha amani boda. Jasiri, he was the best among the soldiers. Alikwepa kifo mara kadhaa, but this time, ikampata. Alikufa na bunduki mkononi. Risasi ya M16 ikaacha shimo rohoni. Ukweli mchungu. Amekufia nchi yake. But ni nani atapeleka ujumbe kwa wife wake? Sababu aliacha familia yake nyuma ndo alinde familia zetu. Je, tutalinda familia yake ama tutaangalia za kwetu? Kalamu yangu ina mengi ya kusema. Shida ni sauti ilinyimwa na ikabako ndo ipate kutoa sentensi, kisha zikitosha tujenge aya. Kalamu yangu ilifanya mapenzi na karatasi. Matatizo ya uzazi ilisababishwa na saratani ya ukuta wa kizazi. Nikajitolea kubeba ujauzito na hivi sasa niko na mimba ya maneno. Msinihukumu juu sina hatia. Mimi ni mtumwa tu. Usiniite chizi. Mimi si wazimu. Niko na ugonjwa wa akili. Walimfuta kazi kotini kama wakili. Wakidhani alirushiwa majini. Wakajaribu mitishamba kutoka kijijini. Lakini hakuonyesha za kupona dalili. Polepole akajitweka ulevini. Alitorokwa mpaka na wangwana wa dini. Hakuuliwa na miadarati. Ni msongo wa mawazo ilimmaliza. Kwake maisha ilikuwa kama usiku wa kiza. Tungemsikiza, tungemwelewa, labda angekuwa hai. Ripoti ya uchunguzi wa mwili inaashiria alijitoa uhai. Duniani akajiona hafai. Mimi na wewe hatuko salama. But na hapa, ikikupata kando yako nitasimama. Je, ikinipata kando yangu utasimama? Hakuwa chizi, hakuwa wazimu, alikuwa mgonjwa wa akili na ni msongo wa mawazo ilimmaliza.
Hebu tumpe makofi mazuri jamani. Asante. Lakini matatizo hao jamaa zangu nafikiri ya kuelewa. Naona hata hawaelewi kuendelea nini. Lakini Judy ameelewa, Judy Oguna ameelewa. Sawa. Nani alikuwa anatolea maombi tafadhali? Tumalize. A word of prayer. We want to close with a word of prayer. Nani? Cameraman. Huyu utatia dua, sio tufunge. Tuombe. Ametolea. Haya, sawa.
Aya, tusome alhamdu, tufunge mkutano. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Arrahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Asanteni. Na wale pia walikuwa kwenye nini, asanteni jamani. Welcome. We just so bye. Camera cover. Bye. See you.
Nobody wants to leave.